Chapter 47. Sun and Moon. The hallmaster of the illustrious Virtue Hall, Jing Hongqian, came to a quiet room without any windows. The layout of this quiet room was also completely made of metal. Whether it was the ceiling, the floor, or the surrounding walls, they were all covered with metal carvings. In the center of the room, there was a square-shaped metal pillar. The metal pillar was about 1.5 meters tall, and there was something placed on top of it. It was a wooden tray, and there were at least 100 different colored gems embedded on it. On this wooden tray, there was a ball of air current that was rippling. This ball of air current was white, and it was gentle like air current. However, its shape was faintly discernible, but it was hard to tell how magical it was. That's right, this Mu Tuo was the final item of the Starlight Auction House's top auction, the Divine Seal Altar. It was also sealing a 100,000-year soul beast embryo. The hallmaster of the illustrious Virtue Hall squinted his eyes as he stood in front of the god-sealing altar. He actually spoke to the 100,000-year soul beast embryo. "I can feel that you're very strong. Unimaginably strong. My conjecture has been proven through various experiments. You're not an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, you're a savage beast. Although I don't know how a 200,000-year savage beast like you managed to cultivate back into an embryo, anyone who tries to absorb you and turn you into a soul ring or a soul bone will definitely die a horrible death. That's because I can feel that even a titled Doluo would find it difficult to absorb your strength. They might even suffer a backlash. Am I right? I'm very clear about the background of the Xianra Empire's Starlight Auction. They're from the Xianra Empire's royal family. They put you up for auction to create trouble for me. They want me to think about who created this god-sealing altar. At the same time, they want to use this to lure powerful individuals from all over the continent to attack the illustrious Virtue Hall. What's the point of that? Let them come. Instead, it's a test of the illustrious Virtue Hall's defensive capabilities. The disciples of the illustrious Virtue Hall shouldn't be living too comfortably, right? It's a pity that the Xianra Empire made a huge mistake. They didn't see through your true abilities. So, in fact, the one who really benefited was this Hall Master. You're not an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. You're a soul beast that hasn't broken through the bottleneck yet. You're at least a 200,000-year soul beast, right? What I'm curious about is that, according to what we humans know about you, soul beasts only have a chance to recultivate into a human once every 100,000 years. But why are you still able to do this when you haven't succeeded in breaking through to the peak? This really made me very curious. Don't worry, with me here, you will definitely be put to good use. I will study you carefully and squeeze out every bit of your strength. Only then can you live up to your cultivation of at least 200,000 years. That's great. Perhaps I can even help you break through that bottleneck and become a transcendent soul beast. After that, I can strip you of your strength. It's very difficult for soul cultivators to absorb your strength, but it's not impossible for me to do so. Unfortunately, I already have all 9 rings, so I can only give your power to that genius grandson of mine. We'll be a family in the future. Actually, you should rejoice because there are too few treasures that can make this Hall Master value so much. Do you know what the greatest pain is when someone reaches the peak? It's the lack of happiness. However, I have this feeling from you. Furthermore, I believe that this happiness will accompany me for a long time. But then, the ball of white gas turned into an adorable 2-year-old baby girl. She stared coldly at Jing Hongqian. She lifted her hand. Boom! A terrifying formless energy shot out from it. It pierced through the god-sealing stage and crashed into Jing Hongqian's body. Jing Hongqian screamed in pain and flew backwards. He crashed into the wall. The formless force left a huge palm print on the wall. Jing Hongqian was inside the palm print. The baby girl clapped her hands and said coldly, "You've disturbed my rest. You're really noisy. Do you really think that you can trap me with this piece of scrap metal? If not for the fact that I have to wait for my father to come and fetch me, I wouldn't be bothered to stay in this lousy place. Oh yes, let me tell you something. Your evaluation of my abilities is too low. If I want to, I can destroy the Dolua continent with a single slap. So, you better take care of yourself and your grandson. Do you think you can do anything to me? It's good enough that I don't destroy your academy and the Sun-Moon Empire. You're not even qualified to carry my father's shoes. Just because I don't want to kill you doesn't mean that I don't dare to. Scram! Don't disturb my rest. After that, the baby girl turned into white gas again. Cough, cough, cough. How can there be such a powerful soul beast? Jing Hongqian was horrified as he looked at the white gas that had calmed down. Right now, all the bones in his body were almost broken. She didn't even attack seriously. She only lifted her hand gently. It had been many days since Shrek's award ceremony. The 7 monsters were cultivating in the advanced cultivation room. Wang Yen spent the entire day in Shrek's book collection house, library. He had been reading Dolua's Morals, because there was too much information in it. Regardless of whether it was knowledge about martial souls, soul beasts, cultivation, the universe, or some secret history of the godly realm, it was very difficult to read. Dolua's virtues had detailed records. There were very few people who could read Dolua's virtues seriously. There were less than 10 people in the past 10,000 years. This was because Dolua's virtues was very thick, and some of the information was very profound. Every generation of pavilion masters and deans would read Dolua's virtues, but there were very, very few people who could read it seriously. The advanced cultivation room was the cultivation room under the golden tree in the Poseidon Pavilion. It was said that the golden tree was a rare spiritual item that the 2 brothers, Tang San and Tang Yu, cultivated together 10,000 years ago. In the end, the 2 of them planted the seedling in Shrek's core, and formed the current Poseidon Pavilion. Bei Bei, He Kaitu, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nannan, Xiao Xiao, Yuhao, and Tang Dong's cultivation speed doubled. Bei Bei was already at rank 50, so he could only compress his cultivation. He Kaitu had already broken through by 1 rank, and was at rank 49. Su Sanshi had just reached the rank 50 bottleneck, and was compressing his cultivation like Bei Bei. Jiang Nannan was at rank 48, and was advancing towards rank 49. Xiao Xiao had broken through by 2 ranks, and was at rank 35. Tang Dong immediately soared to rank 39. Of course, the most monstrous was Yuhao. He was at the rank 40 bottleneck, and would become a soul ancestor after obtaining a soul ring. A 12-year-old soul ancestor. This had never happened before in history. That's because they didn't know about Tang Yu's existence. Elder Mu and Yuhao had a short conversation. They talked about spiritual power, and how Yuhao's second martial soul had lasted for 100,000 years. Your spirit eyes martial soul's 3 soul rings are all amazing. The last 2 are actually 100,000-year soul ring, and your first white soul ring contains divinity. It's getting harder and harder for me to see through you. Your cultivation speed is exceptionally fast, and there aren't any negative effects at all. I can't see through one of the 2 dragon scales on your chest, but does the other one belong to the beast god? Elder Mu's words shocked Yuhao. Yuhao didn't intend to lie. He told Elder Mu that he had been adopted by a huge black dragon, a huge golden-silver dragon, and many other soul beasts in the Great Star Do Forest when he was young. Elder Mu was also one of his most trusted relatives. There was nothing to hide. However, his answer shocked Elder Mu. He didn't expect Yuhao to have been adopted by soul beasts when he was young. Furthermore, they were soul beasts from the slaughtering grounds in the core of the Great Star Do Forest. In the underground hall. Elder Mu was in the center of the hall, and he was lying on his recliner. Yan Xiaozhe and Xian Lin were on either side of him. Yan Xiaozhe asked softly, "Teacher, are you really not going to ask him? Yuhao is too mysterious." If not for the fact that soul beasts can't have twin martial souls, I would have thought that he was a soul beast. He said that he was adopted by a slaughtering ground. Is that true? Could he be from the Sun Moon Empire? There's no need to ask anymore. This child is human. Even though he seems to have a few streaks of the Frost Dragon King's bloodline in his body, I think it has something to do with his second martial soul's intelligence. Furthermore, I personally went to the Sun Moon Empire. The Sun Moon Empire's people have darker skin, and there's a burning sensation in their bloodlines. However, Yuhao doesn't have that. Instead, the bloodline in his body gives off a cold and arrogant feeling. Therefore, this child isn't a spy from the Sun Moon Empire. If it were you, would you be willing to send a child with twin martial souls, one of which is a flawless martial soul, and a rare talent in soul tools to be a spy? He's also not a spy sent by the Star Doe Forest's savage beasts. They signed a treaty with their ancestors, and they won't enter the human world for no reason. This child doesn't seem to be lying either. The huge black dragon is obviously the beast god, the huge dark golden bear, and the jade green swan are the dark golden terraclaw bear king, the bear lord, and the emerald swan by G. As for the huge golden silver dragon, I don't remember it being one of the 10 great savage beasts. It should be a soul beast that we don't know about. If Yuhao hadn't seen them with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to describe their appearances and the scenery in the slaughtering ground. Perhaps Yuhao really did come from there. Bei Bei, Tangya, and the rest met Yuhao outside the Great Star Doe Forest. This proves that Yuhao really did come from inside the Great Star Doe Forest. This also proves why he has so many 100,000-year soul rings. Perhaps those savage beasts helped him. However, I don't understand why those savage beasts are so nice to Yuhao. Yuhao's character is very good, and I believe in him. I've liked this kid since the first time I met him. I believe that he'll tell us if he wants to one day. Let's not force him. Yes. In Yuhao's cultivation room, Yuhao's spiritual power was about to reach the concrete material realm. Right now, he was thinking about a problem. There are many realms in spiritual power. Why can't I divide them? Yes. I've decided. I'll divide the realms of spiritual power in the future. He didn't know that his division would bring about huge changes to people 10,000 years later. It would even cause a storm in spiritual power cultivation a few hundred years later. Yuhao and the rest came out of their closed-door cultivation. Elder Mu gave Yuhao and Tang Dong a soul bone each. Yuhao naturally got the ice jade scorpion left arm bone. Tang Dong's. It's called the Broken Devil of Light. As for Xiao Xiao, I didn't see her. Forget it, it's not that important anyway. Following this, the three of them returned to the outer courtyard. Yes, they happened to see Class 1 and Class 2's friendly duel. Hence, Yuhao, Tang Dong, and Xiao Xiao went up directly. Yuhao alone had instantly crushed Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Xie Huanyue, and the rest. After defeating the 7 of them, Yuhao looked down on them and said, "Do you really think there's no one in Class 1? They were aggrieved. Yuhao's abilities had completely left them in the dust. But at this moment, a strange and shocking roar suddenly rang out in the sky. "Little Xian, come out for this old man." This voice didn't sound loud at first, but it sounded like a rumble in their ears. It was as if thunder had exploded in their minds. What was even more frightening was that this voice enveloped the entire Shrek Academy. It was just a few simple words, but it made the Shrek Academy feel as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Yan Xiaozhe's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Not good. An expert is coming. Varen, immediately order all the students to return to their classrooms. I'll make a move first." As he spoke, Yan Xiaozhe's body shook, and he shot out like lightning. His target wasn't in the direction of the voice, but Yuhao, who had just left the soul dueling area. At this moment, Yuhao had just walked a short distance away. When he heard this sudden voice, he was shocked. He furrowed his brows, but they soon relaxed. "That old bastard, He's really here. To be honest, he missed Du Bussy a little. Du Bussy only did things according to his own preferences, but he was very principled. He wouldn't do anything outrageous. Before he died, he entrusted the body sect to Yuhao. However, Yuhao didn't fulfill his promise for various reasons. Every time he thought about this, he would feel guilty. A gentle white light floated over and enveloped Yuhao, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Don't resist. I'll bring you to Poseidon Island. Yan Xiaozhe's voice rang in their ears. In the next moment they felt as if they were riding on clouds, and their surroundings were completely white. Zhou Yi and the students from Class 1, who were originally with them, only felt a flash of white light. Yuhao and the other two disappeared. Old Monster Du, why aren't you staying at home? Why are you here at Shrek? Are you looking for trouble? Elder Xian's deep voice rang out in the air above the Shrek Academy. A bright yellow light shot into the sky. The eye-catching radiance instantly enveloped the entire academy. Not only that, but an incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly burst forth from within the Shrek Academy. It was like a wave of air that shot into the sky. What a Shrek Academy! Little Xian, are you trying to bully us with your numbers? Then let's compete. That voice rang out once more. Streaks of intense light shot into the sky outside the Shrek Academy. There were at least 20 streaks of light that shot into the sky. Every single streak of light that shot into the sky was condensed and didn't dissipate. This was especially true for the dark green pillar of light that was at the very front. It was extremely thick, and its light even seemed to cover up the other pillars behind it. Elder Xian stood in the air above Poseidon Island and said coldly, Old Monster Du, are you planning to start a war with our Shrek Academy? What exactly are you trying to do? Elder Xian had already guessed that they might have come for Yuhao. A figure slowly appeared from the dark green light in the distance. It was a tall old man with long, dark green hair that draped behind his back. However, the funny thing was that he didn't have any hair on his head. He was actually bald. The old man's face was as rosy as a baby's, and he didn't even have many wrinkles. The only thing that allowed one to tell his age was the vicissitudes of life in his dark green eyes. The 20 pillars of light behind the old man lined up in a row and gradually revealed their figures. They were of different shapes and sizes, but all of them were top-notch experts that were able to float in midair with their cultivations. Even the weakest of them was at the Contra level. It was impossible for them to take the initiative to find trouble with the Shrek Academy without sufficient strength. These people clearly didn't come with good intentions. Figures slowly rose into the sky from the Shrek Academy's side. Over at the teaching block, countless students were leaning against the windows and looking at the scene in the sky in the distance. All of them were in a daze. A confrontation between top-notch experts like this wasn't something that could be seen all the time. Even the inner courtyard disciples were seeing it for the first time. Elder Xian didn't seem to be anxious at all. He didn't seem to be worried at all. He said coldly, Du Bussy, what are you trying to do today? Is the body sect looking for the Shrek Academy first when they're about to reappear on the continent? When the words body sect were mentioned, the expressions of some of the younger teachers behind Elder Xian turned serious. No wonder they dared to invade without any fear. They were from the body sect. The Shrek Academy and the body sect had always been on par with each other on the continent. The body sect also had a strong foundation. Du Bussy snorted coldly and said, Cut the crap. I don't want to fight with you. As long as you hand over the body sect's young sect leader, I'll leave immediately. Shrek's people were confused when they heard the words young sect leader. The body sect's young sect leader? How could he be in Shrek? Elder Xian furrowed his brows. He knew that Du Bussy was talking about Yuhao. However, Yuhao wasn't from the body sect. This meant that the body sect had purposely given Yuhao an identity. How could they be so thick-skinned? Elder Xian said disdainfully, What young sect leader? The Shrek Academy doesn't have a young sect leader like you. Leave quickly. This is a warning. Bullshit. Quickly hand over Yuhao. He is the possessor of the Spirit Eye's martial soul. He is our young sect master. You're indeed here for this kid. I'm sorry. Those two brats should have told you about Yuhao's status in Shrek. You're dreaming. Since that's the case, I'll just snatch him by force. Du Busi roared furiously. An intense dark green light shot into the sky and dyed half the sky dark green. His body also expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 10 times bigger. His dark green skin bulged and turned into huge muscles that resembled granite. Only a pair of shorts protected the important parts of his body. Of course, those shorts were specially made. Otherwise, they would have been torn apart by his huge body. The most terrifying thing was his soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red soul rings. He actually had 300,000-year soul rings. When his martial soul was fully unleashed, its monstrous aura seemed like it was about to shatter the air. Old Xian's expression was grave as he roared and soared into the sky. Intense yellow light blossomed from his body. A strong aura was suddenly unleashed. The thick yellow light also propped up the sky above Shrek. Yellow and green were very distinct in the sky. However, his soul rings were inferior to old Freak Du's. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul ring. He only had 100,000-year soul ring. This also meant that he had at least 200,000-year soul bones, less than old monster Du Elder Xian's transformation wasn't small either. As the intense yellow light enveloped him, a dull sound spread in the sky. The group of body sect members that old Freak Du had brought with him retreated 100 meters. When the yellow light expanded, Elder Xian's appearance had already changed. He had a goat's body, eyes under his armpits, tiger teeth, human claws, and a pair of huge bull horns. He was more than 30 meters long. In terms of size, he was even more majestic than old Freak Du. An intense yellow light burst forth, and the 9 soul rings turned into halos of light that circled around the pair of huge horns that were more than 5 meters long. Poseidon Island. Yuhao, tell me, are you the young sect leader of the body sect? Weren't you adopted by a soul beast? Elder Mu looked at Yuhao. I'm not the young sect leader of the body sect. My family left me when I was young. I could only leave home. When I came to the Great Star Do Forest to search for my first soul ring, I almost lost my life there. When I woke up, I realized that I was floating on a jade-green lake. There were many people on the shore. However, some of them had dragon horns, some had beast fur, and some had wings. They saved me and took me in. They gave me warmth. They told me a lot about soul beasts and cultivation. In the end, I found out that they were soul beasts that were more than 200,000 years old. But so what? So what if they were soul beasts? I only knew that they were my family, Yuhao said seriously. He seemed to have gone too far. Elder Mu was silent for a moment. I understand. Yuhao, you're a good kid. Are you willing to become my disciple? Yuhao was stunned at first. Then, he was delighted. I'm willing. Of course, he became Elder Mu's disciple with Tangdong. In midair, the godly Taotai bull that Elder Xian had transformed into charged forward. The yellow light behind him was like a huge wave that crashed towards Du Busi. Du Busi, who was in the form of a dark green giant, was running in midair. He didn't retreat at all as he met Elder Mu's attack head-on. With a loud boom, the two of them collided in midair. At this moment, everyone from the Shrek Academy and the Body Sect, who were originally floating in midair, quickly descended. They landed on the ground. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and only dissipated when it was 100 meters away from the ground. This wasn't because the two powerful individuals in midair weren't strong enough. They were deliberately controlling it. After all, no one wanted to implicate their own people. Furthermore, Du Busi didn't seem like he wanted to fight to the death with Elder Xian. Du Busi, you're crazy. Elder Xian's voice resonated in midair. Du Busi laughed and said, "You're the crazy one. I don't want to die with you. Let's retreat together and come back." In midair, an ear-piercing tearing sound could be heard. The black light dissipated and turned into countless rays of black light that dissipated in all directions. Whether it was Elder Xian's yellow shooting star or Du Busi's dark green whirlpool, everything that the black light passed by disappeared momentarily as it flashed past. The black light flew very far away before it gradually disappeared. Du Busi and Elder Xian had separated at this point. They were 1,000 meters away and their powers reformed. They were once again yellow and dark green. "It's been so many years. Little Xian, you've improved a lot," Du Busi snorted. Elder Xian said coldly, "You're the same. You old monster, why aren't you dead yet?" Du Busi acted as if his reverse scale had been touched. T, why would I die? How dare you say I'm old? How much younger are you than me? You're not more than 20 years old. If you're not dead, why should I die? I can live for another 100 years. Elder Xian said disdainfully, "If you're capable, live for 1,000 years. That's 1,000-year tortoise. This title matches your skin color quite well. You're courting death." Du Busi was furious. "You and I are both rank 98, but our soul rings aren't as compatible as mine. That's why you're still lacking if you want to defeat me. Hurry up and hand over my sex, young sect master. Otherwise, you know what I can do. You can't stop me." At this point, an old and gentle voice sounded. "If little Xian can't stop you, what about me?" A gentle halo was suddenly released from the Shrek Academy. More accurately speaking, it was released from the Poseidon Pavilion. The gentle golden light seemed to spread slowly, but it was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the sky. A magical scene appeared. Whether it was Elder Xian or Du Busi, their auras disappeared under this golden light. The suppressive force in the sky also dissipated. The gentle golden light didn't just envelop the Shrek Academy, but also Shrek City. At this moment, Shrek City looked like a golden city from the outside. A figure 10,000 meters in the sky exclaimed softly, "Senior Uncle's Poseidon Light? Although it's not as strong as Senior Uncle's, it's more than enough to deal with anyone below the demigod realm. However, Senior Uncle, it's impossible for you to stop me from taking my master away. Even if you and the 5 enforcers come, you can't stop me." Du Busi's expression changed when he saw this scene. Poseidon Light? How is this possible? How can there be someone in Shrek who can use Poseidon Light? "Busi, we haven't seen each other for many years. It seems like you've forgotten about me." An amiable voice sounded once again. However, it was only transmitted into Du Busi's ears. "You are." Du Busi was astonished as he looked at the Poseidon Pavilion, which was releasing a brilliant golden light. Beads of sweat appeared on his dark green forehead. Elder Mu said plainly, "I still remember what your brother gave me back then. Your temper is exactly the same as your brother's. Impulsiveness is the devil. If not for your brother's impulsiveness back then, he might still be alive." Du Busi was shocked when he heard this. You're not dead? How is this possible? Didn't you already?" Elder Mu said plainly, "If I'm dead, are you going to bully the Shrek Academy?" It was a simple sentence, but it was like an invisible hammer that struck Du Busi's body. An intense golden light flashed in the air. Du Busi's dark green body suddenly shrunk by a meter. An intense dark green light also flowed out from his body. Du Busi was a little annoyed. Dragon God Dolo Muen, the battle back then wasn't as simple as it seemed. Why should my brother give in? Elder Mu said plainly, "You know the whole story very well. You don't have to argue with me. You just need to know that I'm still the pavilion master of Poseidon. Yuhao has also declared that he won't leave with you. Furthermore, he's already my disciple." "What did you say? Muen, you've really taken him in as your disciple?" Are you really going to make him the next pavilion master? Dubusi was a little shocked. I do have such a plan. Elder Mu's voice sounded. Hey, Mu-en, if it was in the past, I might have turned around and left. However, this is Master Yu's order. Before he could finish speaking, a cold female voice suddenly sounded. Dubusi, didn't I tell you not to attack? Why did you attack? This voice sounded in Shrek. Everyone lifted their heads and looked up. A young lady wearing a purplish-black dress and a purple veil was hovering in the air. Her figure was perfect, and her purple hair fluttered in the wind. She had an otherworldly aura, as if a god had descended. However, the most important thing was that no one could sense any soul power undulations from her body. She was just like an ordinary person. Dubusi suddenly trembled. Xianzi and Mu-en could feel an indescribable aura. They also saw fear and respect in Dubusi's eyes. Greetings, Master Yu. Dubusi and everyone from the body sect knelt down in the air. Master Yu? Elder Xian and Mu-en looked at the lady in disbelief. Although she was wearing a purple veil, everyone could imagine the beauty under the veil. Yuhao suddenly trembled. Why does this person feel so familiar? Yuhao looked at the young lady in the air. Why does this person feel so familiar? Furthermore, Yuhao suddenly clutched his head with one hand. A sharp pain surged in his head. A blurry purple figure was acting cute around a blurry blue figure. The blue figure dotingly caressed the purple figure's head. That was it. Yuhao wanted to continue searching his memories. However, 7 pitch-black chains suddenly appeared in his head. They prevented him from thinking any further. After that, he suffered a backlash. Ah! Yuhao suddenly hugged his head and screamed. He collapsed to the ground. Yuhao. Tang Dong and Xiao Xiao hurriedly supported Yuhao. Elder Mu hurriedly got up and touched Yuhao's forehead with his right hand. He heaved a sigh of relief. His spiritual sea has been stimulated. He's only unconscious. He's fine. He's fine? You're wrong. He's in danger. It's very likely that he's suffering from temporary amnesia. He might even become a retard. The young lady suddenly appeared in front of them. She snatched Yuhao from Tang Dong and Xiao Zhao's hands. She looked worriedly at the unconscious Yuhao. Who are you? Return Yuhao to me. Tang Dong wanted to rush forward. However, a formless pressure appeared from the young lady's body. It suppressed him and prevented him from moving. She glanced at Tang Dong. After that, she muttered, not a single one of them has been removed. What are you talking about? Tang Dong didn't understand. Nothing. You're the current pavilion master of the Poseidon Pavilion, right? The young lady looked at Elder Mu. Yes. Elder Mu replied. However, he didn't let down his guard. This lady's abilities were very frightening. Elder Xian and Dubusi also rushed over. The young lady waved her hand. A boundary enveloped this small area. Elder Xian, Elder Mu, and Yen Xiaozhe were astonished. They were certain that they couldn't break this boundary. They couldn't even leave a single crack on it. I can save him. However, there's a condition. I have to take him away for a period of time. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. I'll take good care of him. The young lady said plainly. Why should we hand Yuhao over to you, a lady of unknown origins? Tang Dong and Xiao Xiao were indignant. You wouldn't say that if you could remove the first 4 barriers. The young lady looked at Tang Dong and said something strange. What first 4 barriers? What are you talking about? Tang Dong didn't understand. The young lady ignored him. If we don't deal with him in time, he'll really become a retard. He won't be able to recover for the rest of his life. Even if Shrek's Poseidon, Tang-san, descends, he won't be able to save him. The young lady said seriously. Poseidon. Ancestor Tang-san. You are. Elder Mu was shocked. Elder Xian and Yen Xiaozhe looked at her in shock. Xiao Xiao was also shocked. Dubusi was a little calm. Elder Mu and the rest were in disbelief. From the young lady's tone, She didn't seem to care about Tang San. This also proved that the young lady was from the same generation as Tang San. She might even be stronger than Tang San. Tang Dong was stunned. His eyes were filled with despair. Even my father can't save Yuhao? He thought to himself. At the same time, he was very shocked. He looked at the young lady. She seems to know my father. I've said that I can save him. Tang San can't do anything, but that doesn't mean that I can't. It depends on whether you're willing to believe me. I can swear to the heavens that I won't hurt him. I swear on my position as a god. The young lady's voice was very sincere. God. You're a god from the god realm? Everyone present was shocked. Gods really existed? Please. Please save Yuhao. Tang Dong suddenly wanted to kowtow to her. However, an invisible force stopped him. I can't take your kowtow. Although I'm not afraid of Tang San even if he comes, someone once taught me, once you have power you can't be arrogant. Because arrogance will destroy you in the future. She stole a glance at Yuhao. That's why I won't look for trouble just because I'm powerful. It all depended on whether Tang San knew how to find trouble for himself. That person also taught me, when trouble comes knocking on your door, you don't have to be afraid of it. If he comes, I'll beat him back to his hometown. He's just a slightly old-fashioned and smart god in the god realm. The young lady seemed to be belittling Tang San. She said that he was arrogant. She said that he liked to look for trouble. God realm. Tang San looked at the scene in the crystal ball. Wasn't that what happened to Shrek? When he heard the young lady criticize him, he was sweating. Xiao Yu is still so sharp-tongued. However, I didn't know that I had so many flaws. It seems like I've changed. If it was light rain, she would scold me to death. I won't take him away for more than a year. After a year, I'll send him back personally. Du Busi, go back. The young lady glanced in a direction and pulled something out. Ah! An elder was pulled out. Everyone was stunned as they looked at him. They didn't sense his presence earlier. Jing Hongchen, Elder Mu, Du Busi, and Xuanzi were slightly shocked. I'll leave this old man to you. The young lady ignored Jing Hongchen. She picked up Yuhao and tore a black crack in front of her. It was pitch black inside. She carried Yuhao and disappeared into the black world. Mu-en, Xuanzi. Elder Yu is very trustworthy. Don't worry. Body sect, retreat. Du Busi shouted. After that, he turned into a dark green projection and left Shrek Academy. The 20 body sect members followed Du Busi and left. After a long while, Elder Mu and the rest finally reacted. They looked at Jing Hongchen, the body sect's quiet room. This quiet room was very spacious, and there were many stone pillars supporting it. In the middle, Yuhao was lying flat in midair. His body was bound by 7 black chains. Beside him, the lady called Elder Yu stopped in midair. She slowly took off her veil, revealing her peerless face that could topple the world. She looked like she was 16 years old. However, her eyes were filled with sorrow. Master! She opened her mouth slowly. She floated to Yuhao's side and hugged him slowly. Xiaoya, I really miss you. Master. She left behind tears. She had waited for 10,000 years. She was Lingyu. She was Doloa Tang Yu's first disciple, the demonic god Lingyu. In fact, Yuhao was fine. Just like the dragon god Doloa said, Yuhao wasn't in any danger. However, Lingyu had no choice but to make up a lie to take him away. After a long while, Lingyu's gaze suddenly became sharp. This damned seal! She roared furiously. Whoosh! She pulled out her blood-red blade and slashed at the 7 black chains that bound Yuhao. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly shot out. She was sent flying by that terrifying aura and crashed into the stone pillars behind her. Boom! 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 She crashed into the wall with a few loud bangs. Poof! Lingyu spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. She stabbed her blade into the ground and knelt on one knee so that she wouldn't fall. Cough cough, the seal is actually so, cough. It's so powerful. The backlash from the seal was very strong. Even Ling Yu was severely injured. However, she saw a crack appear on Huiyuhao's fourth seal in the next moment. After that, the crack started to spread. Crack. It broke. Boom. Chaotic memories flowed into Huiyuhao's mind. A terrifying aura engulfed the entire quiet room. Those stone pillars that were not destroyed began to slowly collapse. One of them was about to crush Ling Yu, who was kneeling on the ground. Ling Yu wanted to dodge, but her injuries suddenly worsened. She groaned and missed the opportunity to dodge. Seeing that it was about to crush Ling Yu subconsciously closed her eyes. Whoosh! Ling Yu heard a slashing sound and slowly opened her eyes. An icy blue figure stood in front of her. It was a youth. He held a large jade-green sword in his hand. The stone pillar had already been split into two and smashed to the ground. His voice was tender yet mature. 10,000 years have passed. How can you be defeated by a stone pillar? If you go out like this, don't tell others that you're my disciple. Little you. The huge dark green sword turned into a green light and entered the space between his eyebrows. Ling Yu's pupils shrank. Then, tears flowed out of her eyes. However, she looked very happy. She was so happy that she cried. Master. Ling Yu immediately hugged the boy in front of her. That's right. Wasn't he Huiyuhao? The fourth seal had already been broken. The memories of Tang San's era and his own era had all been gathered. Now, only the memories of the God Realm, Han Tian's memories and the first generation's memories had not been unsealed. Huiyuhao looked at Ling Yu, who was crying nonstop in his arms. He couldn't help but feel his heart soften. He raised his right hand and patted her head. He smiled and said, all right, you're crying like a little kitten. Why are you crying so sadly? It's not like I'm dead. Why are you crying so sadly? No, Master. Little you just missed Master too much. I'm just happy. Ling Yu smiled through her tears. Huiyuhao was really shocked. The speed at which she changed her expression was really, you stinky girl. You actually used a blade to break the seal. That's a seal that even God Emperors have to be careful against. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Huiyuhao lightly hammered the top of Ling Yu's head. Master, didn't you say that there are some things that are best solved in a simple and violent way? Ling Yu touched the place where Huiyuhao had hammered and stuck out her tongue. You're already over 10,000 years old, and you're still so impudent. You'll become a laughingstock if you go out. Huiyuhao slapped his forehead. Master, you've lived longer than all the universes combined. How can you say that Ling Yu whispered. What did you say? Huiyuhao glared at her. What? Did I say anything? Ling Yu played dumb. Huiyuhao didn't bicker with her. Little you, accompany me to the great Star Doe forest. Master, are you going to see Master's wife? Yes, I'm going to open the seal on my fourth soul ring while I'm there. I'll also let my spirit eyes evolve into Destiny spirit eyes. After that, Huiyuhao took out a jade-green left arm bone. I'll raise its grade. Chapter 48. Where did this little bastard come from? Who do you think you are? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? The tall student was furious. Koku was also furious. Juzi was at a loss. She said anxiously, What's going on? We're all studying together. What are you guys doing? The handsome young man revealed a look of surprise, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Huiyuhao's 5 soul rings suddenly appeared. 1 white and 4 black. It was a terrifying combination of soul rings. When his 4th soul ring lit up, the 4 of them suddenly felt very weak. They were dizzy and swaying as they stood. Huiyuhao slowly walked in front of them. He lifted the tall student and the handsome youth with both hands and threw them out of the door. Whoosh! The 2 of them crashed into the wall outside the door. Huiyuhao might look like a weak little girl, but he was as strong as a Tyrannosaurus. He had once sparred with the 90,000-year-old Titan ape in the Great Star Doe Forest. In the end, Yuhao came out on top. If Yuhao really wanted to kill them, he only needed to use a little strength. Yuhao glanced at Cuckoo. Cuckoo was already trembling non-stop. She was afraid. "All right, Yuhao, stop." Juzi quickly stood in front of Cuckoo and looked at Yuhao. There was a pleading tone in her voice. She didn't care that Yuhao had thrown the two of them out. However, Cuckoo was her best friend. How could she not care? She could only hope that Yuhao wouldn't do it again. To everyone's surprise, Yuhao really stopped. The icy blue dragon claw had already disappeared, along with the 5 soul rings. "I'll give Senior some face. If there's anyone who doesn't know their place next time, don't blame me for being merciless," Yuhao said coldly. He casually picked up a metal ball and squeezed it lightly. Instantly, the metal ball was crushed into powder. Hiss! The 2 women and the 2 fellows outside all gasped in shock. That was an alloy. Even a Contra expert would have to exert a lot of strength to break it, but Yuhao had actually broken it with just a light pinch. Just how strong was he? Right now, Yuhao had his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like an emperor who was looking down on the world. When the 4 of them faced Yuhao, they actually felt a sense of powerlessness. That's right, Yuhao had already used Sovereign's Descent before he made his move. It would be strange if they didn't feel powerless. Yuhao only looked 14 years old. How could he be so strong? "What are you doing?" At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. A figure quickly appeared in the laboratory. It was Xian Ziwen. He looked at the 2 people outside, who were in a sorry state. He also looked at Cuckoo, who was still trembling. Then, he looked at the alloy fragments on the ground. He looked at Yuhao in shock. This was all done by this 14-year-old kid. After some explanation, Xian Ziwen called the handsome youth, who seemed to be called Zimu, to bring the big guy to the infirmary. The big guy seemed to be called Wang Xiaojie. He was a noble of the Sun-Moon imperial family, but he wasn't a direct noble. However, this had nothing to do with him. He had provoked Yuhao. It would be considered light if Yuhao didn't beat the shit out of him with a single punch. A day later, Wang Xiaojie's family found out that he was severely injured. They wanted Xian Ziwen to hand over Yuhao. Xian Ziwen secretly arranged for Yuhao, Juzi, and Cuckoo to go out and train together. Those people couldn't do anything about it. They could only wait for them to return. On the way, when Juku saw Yuhao's superb culinary skills, his experience in surviving in the wilderness, and his experience in setting up tents, she was both in awe and in awe of him. He was simply a must-have man for a family trip. He was the perfect man in Ju Zi's heart, a man with top-notch culinary skills. At night, when Yuhao walked out of his tent to get some fresh air, he saw Ju Zi sitting alone on a huge rock at the mouth of the river. She looked up at the bright starry sky. "Daddy, Mommy, Ju Zi misses the both of you." Tears rolled down her cheek. "Daddy, Mommy, Ju Zi seems to have found someone she really likes. Ah, he's very handsome and very pretty. More importantly, his culinary skills are superb. If he's around, Ju Zi won't starve to death." Ju Zi giggled to herself. If only there were no wars in this world. "Daddy, Mommy, you said that if a war happens, there must be a hero who can end it. But is that really possible? Is there really a hero who can stop all wars in this world? If there is, why didn't he save the both of you back then? Boo-hoo." Ju Zi hugged her knees and cried. Yuhao, who was hiding behind a tree, listened quietly. Yuhao clenched his fists tightly. Ju Zi, do you really hate war?" After a long time, Ju Zi had already fallen asleep on the huge rock. She was sleeping like a log. Yuhao slowly walked out of the forest and looked at her sleeping face. He shook his head. He picked her up and carried her into her tent. Yuhao slowly walked out of the tent. He looked up at the starry sky. A hero who can end wars? If only this hero really existed. He shook his head and entered his own tent. When Juzi woke up the next day, she realized that she was lying in her tent. She was very confused. Didn't she sleep outside last night? She looked at Cuckoo, who was still sleeping. She looked at her slobbering posture and saw that her saliva was all over the blanket. Alright, it wasn't her. In that case, Juzi subconsciously looked outside. She saw Yuhao making breakfast outside. Is it him? Did he hear something last night? During breakfast, Juzi blushed and said to Yuhao, "Did you hear anything last night?" Yuhao was a little confused. "What do you mean?" "I saw you sleeping outside last night when I came out to take a breather. I was afraid that you would catch a cold, so I brought you into the tent. What else could I have heard?" Juzi looked into Yuhao's eyes, which were filled with sincerity. After a long time, she stuttered, Thank you. Let's eat." Yuhao looked at her and smiled. "It's all right. Let's eat." Juzi savored Yuhao's soup carefully. Her heart felt warm. It felt good to be at home. Yuhao looked at Juzi and sighed in his heart. After that, he was silent for a long time. A hero who can end wars? The Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy's teaching director, Lin Jiai, was anxious when he heard that. Bang! He slammed the table and said, "Nonsense. The royal stewards came to our academy to arrest someone, but you didn't go through the academy. You're messing around." The royal stewards were unaffected by Lin Jiai's anger. They were all direct descendants of the royal family. He snorted and said, "If you have the ability, you can talk to our captain. I've already told him." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Lin Jiai didn't stop him. Since he had already been captured, what was the use of stopping a messenger? He stood behind his desk and remained silent for a moment. Then, he walked out of his office. Jing Hongchen had told him about Yuhao's important mission. His mission was to prevent Yuhao from learning anything useful in the academy, but he couldn't let Yuhao be wronged or hurt at the same time. This mission was a little difficult. When he heard that Yuhao was sent out to train, he was a little annoyed. Xian Ziwen didn't go through him. However, he couldn't make the decision for Xian Ziwen. Fortunately, Yuhao returned safely. But who would have thought that he would be arrested by the royal stewards after just one day? This Wang Xiaojie was simply messing around. While Lin Jiai was a Class 8 soul engineer, he couldn't afford to offend the royal stewards. After all, the royal stewards were too complicated. That was why he rushed to the illustrious Virtue Hall as quickly as possible. He didn't dare to delay this matter. He had to report it to Jing Hongchen as soon as possible. He knew that Jing Hongchen's beloved grandson and granddaughter were among the participants. What? Yuhao has been arrested? And it's the royal stewards? Juzi exclaimed. Cuckoo's expression was frighteningly solemn. It must be Wang Xiaojie. I heard it from a junior from the royal stewards. It must be true. Sister Juzi, what should we do? Juzi's eyes flashed coldly. The royal stewards? It must be Su Machen. Su Machen. What a Su Machen. I'm going out for a while. As she spoke, she rushed out like a gust of wind. Once she left the dormitory, she immediately used her flying-type soul tool and soared into the sky. She flew towards the center of Radiant City. I didn't want to look for you, but I'll have to trouble you again to save Yuhao. Su Tianran. Illustrious Virtue Hall, Lin Jiai knelt down on one knee in fear. Hall Master, Yuhao has been arrested by the royal stewards. Jing Hongchen's eyes widened. Royal stewards? What's going on? Lin Jiai was clear about the conflict between Yuhao and Wang Xiaojie. Wang Xiaojie bullied him, and was knocked out for more than 10 days by Yuhao's spiritual-type soul skill. Xian Ziwen had even sought him out to discuss this matter. Immediately, he recounted everything that had happened from the beginning to the end. Jing Hongchen's expression turned ugly. Are these bastards from the royal stewards trying to rebel? How dare they kidnap someone from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy? Who gave them the guts? I'll teach them a lesson on behalf of His Majesty. Let's go. As he spoke, he walked outside the royal steward's torture chamber. When Jing Hongqian arrived, he was stunned. There were many casualties here. Yes, some of the soldiers were bound by terrifying black spiked chains, and their bodies were stained with fresh blood. Some of them had half their bodies badly mutilated, and one could see their white skeletons. Some of the headless soldiers' brains were strewn all over the ground. Some of them had been frozen into ice sculptures. Corpses covered the road. Jing Hongqian was stunned. He hurriedly entered the torture chamber. He saw Yuhao sitting on a chair, holding a wine glass in his right hand as he slowly tasted the red wine inside. His left hand was leaning against the left armrest of the chair, supporting his cheek. Right now, his right foot was stepping on a middle-aged man who was trembling non-stop. That was Su Machun. There were also 4 people who were trembling as they massaged his back, shoulders, legs, and shoes. There were also some who remained silent, and some who were kneeling on the ground. All of them had fear in their eyes. There were also the dragon-binding pillars and some torture soul tools that had been torn to pieces. Have you all not eaten? Why are you so weak? Yuhao glanced at the 4 people who were massaging his back and legs. The 4 of them shuddered at the same time. At the same time, they knelt in front of Yuhao and kowtowed as they admitted their mistakes. Sir, I know my mistake. Please forgive me. Yuhao acted as if he didn't see them. He kicked Su Machun aside and saw Jing Hongqian at the door. Oh my! Look who this is! Isn't this Hall Master Jing? Come, come, come! Sit, sit, sit! All of you move faster! Quickly! Give Hall Master Jing a seat! Quickly! Yuhao shouted at the people around him. Those people hurriedly carried a chair in front of Jing Hongqian. Hall Master Jing, please take a seat. Jing Hongqian stood there in a daze. Who can tell me what's going on? Where's the torture? Yuhao stood up and stretched. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's quite comfortable here. It's much better than the treatment in the Soul Engineering Academy. It's like an emperor enjoying himself. Don't you think so? Hall Master Jing. Jing Hongqian's mouth kept twitching, and he was completely speechless. Su Tianran and Zhu Zi also arrived after a while. When they saw the scene, they were also astonished and in disbelief. She looked at the cute and obedient Yuhao as he sat there. Was he the one who did all of this? After that, the public order team also admitted their mistake. They admitted that they wanted to use their soul tools to teach Yuhao a lesson. In the end, Yuhao broke free from his soul-sealing handcuffs and taught them a lesson. Su Tianran wanted to blame Yuhao for attacking the public order team. However, the public order team hurriedly exonerated Yuhao. They told Su Tianran to put the blame on the public order team. Su Tianran, Jing Hongqian, and Zhu Zi were stunned as they looked at them. In the end, Yuhao was acquitted. You guys are really brothers. You guys actually want to take the blame for me. I'm so touched. Yuhao was very touched as he spoke to them. They trembled. They weren't taking the blame for Yuhao. They were afraid that Yuhao would cause a ruckus in Radiant City and tear it down. They were sure that even though Yuhao couldn't tear down Radiant City with his current abilities, he couldn't do anything if he wanted to. And so, this matter was left unsettled. Chapter 49. The next day, Zhu Zi left. Before she left, she bade farewell to Yuhao. She believed that she had caused all this trouble for Yuhao, so she felt that she had let him down. Yuhao didn't stop her from leaving. He only told her to take care of herself, and that was all. It was similar to the original article, except that Yuhao was awake. A day later, Yuhao entered the illustrious Virtue Hall to study. In his own words, he was stealing skills. He studied for half a year, and it was a very boring half a year. Until today, Yuhao nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the Class 7 Soul Tool Grenade that he had created. Yuhao was the one who had invented the Soul Grenade. Even the Sun Moon Empire didn't have it. When Yuhao created the Class 6 Soul Tool Grenade in front of Xian Ziwen a few months ago, Xian Ziwen's expression was as if he had discovered a new continent. After carefully studying Yuhao's Soul Tool Grenade, he realized that he couldn't find any problems with it. Furthermore, this Soul Tool Grenade was divided into two categories: Soul Masters and Non-Soul Masters. Soul Masters only needed to inject some soul power into it before it could be thrown out to explode. The consumption of soul power was negligible. On the other hand, non-soul masters seemed to have a very strange device inside. It could absorb soul power from the outside and store it. Ordinary people could just throw it out. This also proved that ordinary people could use the Soul Tool Grenade. Xian Ziwen was very interested in this device. Such a device was an epoch-making device for the Sun Moon Empire. After obtaining this device, the Sun Moon Empire would be able to break through the bottleneck that had plagued them for many years. However, Yuhao didn't show Xian Ziwen the device. He said that it was his own patent, and that he wouldn't show it to anyone else. Xian Ziwen tried to open the non-soul master grenade to see what was inside. However, it self-destructed the moment he opened it. There was actually a self-destruct device. He didn't report this to his superiors. He knew that Yuhao could be captured and tortured to force a confession out of him if he reported this. That was why he didn't report it to Jing Hongchen and the others. However, his actions moved Yuhao. Yuhao directly told him that the device was called the energy circulation device. To put it simply, it would automatically absorb the surrounding soul power and any other types of energy and store them. When it reached saturation, it would automatically release the excess energy, and this cycle would continue. This was similar to the soul cores of titled Dolu. Xian Ziwen lamented back then. It was a pity that such a freakish soul tool wasn't born in the Sun Moon Empire. However, he had a plan in his heart. 2 years later, it was time to leave this place. Back in the present, Yuhao fiddled with the Class 7 hand grenade in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. However, he did not panic. Instead, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. "Old bastard, you're finally attacking the illustrious Virtue Hall. Then, Snow Empress, wait for me. I'm coming to save you." Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive booms rang out in the illustrious Virtue Hall's laboratory. The terrifying explosive force instantly set off a destructive shock wave inside. The terrifying explosion even caused the ground to shake violently. More than a third of the people in the underground Soul Tool manufacturing base were affected. There were many casualties. Yuhao's body started to turn illusory and eventually disappeared. "Go ahead and cause as much trouble as you want, old bastard. I owe you a favor." Following the end of the explosion, a number of figures suddenly emerged from the ground. There were more than 100 of them. They were all dressed in black, and their movements were very agile. After they appeared, they immediately started to kill in all directions. If one were to look down from the sky, they would realize that there was a huge hole more than 10 meters in diameter at each of the 4 locations where the explosion had occurred. These black-clothed men had emerged from these holes. Not only were they prepared, but they were also very strong. Once they attacked, they caused a bloodbath. Among the 100 or so black-clothed men, almost none of them were weaker than soul sages. Almost as soon as they appeared, they unleashed their martial soul true bodies and wreaked havoc. Furthermore, their martial souls were closely related to their bodies. Body sect. They were all from the body sect. It didn't take long before another 100 soul engineers were lying in a pool of blood. Even though the soul engineers tried to resist, they were still able to do so. However, the strength of the body sect's experts far exceeded theirs. More than a dozen of them were titled Dolu. How could their soul tools possibly resist such an attack? At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air and appeared in midair in a flash. Under the pursuit of countless purple lights, his entire body seemed to have become illusory. He flickered, and not a single ray of purple light could land on his body. Following this, the entire dome turned green. All the soul tools on the dome started to melt under this terrifying green light. Go! That figure paused in midair and waved his hands. Suddenly, the green liquid that had melted started to scatter in all directions. It went straight for the surrounding soul engineers. "Du Busi, don't you dare!" A loud roar could be heard. A layer of crimson light expanded horizontally and blocked off the green liquid. Deep in the underground base, dozens of figures flew over. Wasn't the hall master of the illustrious Virtue Hall, Jing Hongqian? When Jing Hongqian saw the mess in the underground base, he was furious. Ever since the illustrious Virtue Hall was built, it had never been so damaged. There were corpses of soul engineers from the illustrious Virtue Hall everywhere. If they were fighting on the battlefield, Jing Hongqian was confident that he could command the illustrious Virtue Hall's experts to defeat the body sect. However, the body sect's attack was too sudden. Furthermore, the illustrious Virtue Hall was 100 meters underground. Outsiders didn't know its exact location. Even if they did, they wouldn't have the ability to enter. Who would have thought that the body sect would choose the stupidest and most effective method? They actually dug a tunnel from somewhere and attacked from below, which was the weakest part of the base. They broke through the base's defenses. Du Busi didn't seem to hear Jing Hongqian's voice. He shouted, "Kill!" This powerful individual, who had just destroyed a large number of soul tools, was the body sect's Du Busi. However, since he was dressed in black, he wouldn't reveal his identity. Even if his opponent knew, he wouldn't admit it. Jing Hongqian roared furiously, "Don't leave a single one alive!" Just as both parties were attacking each other, the underground tunnel of the illustrious Virtue Hall collapsed. Inside the underground base of the illustrious Virtue Hall, Yuhao suddenly appeared here. He looked at the huge figure in front of him. It was a huge human-shaped metal body. It was 15 meters tall, and its huge body was made entirely of metal. Although it looked simple, its overall structure was complete. Its chest was open, and there seemed to be a seat inside. There were platforms at different heights around the metal man's body. Evidently, they were made for processing it. Yuhao wasn't far from the lowest metal platform. Right now, this platform was the only thing that was connected to the metal man's body. It was a piece of metal that was bigger than a palm. It was like a heart-protecting mirror. It was surrounded by silver-white decorations. It looked like a formation array was carved on it. However, there was a huge gemstone in the shape of a convex lens in the center. This gemstone was light blue, and there were 6 streaks of starlight flashing on it. The strange brilliance gave people a dazzling feeling. This was a starlight sapphire. It was a magical gemstone that contained immense energy. This gemstone contained mysterious spatial power. It was the best medium for creating space-type soul tools. If a piece the size of a fingernail was added to a storage-type soul tool, the storage-type soul tool could store more than 1 cubic meter of items. Starlight sapphire was very precious, mainly because it was produced in small quantities. However, its value was limited because it wasn't very big. However, Yuhao didn't look at it. He was staring at the human-shaped soul tool. Human-shaped soul tool. This name isn't domineering at all. Why don't I call you Mecha? Haha, that's a nice name. Alright. I'll call you Test Item 0. Yuhao walked in front of the Starlight Sapphire and injected his soul power into it. The Starlight Sapphire suddenly exploded with brilliant blue light. There seemed to be a ball of blue light above the metal man's head. It shone brightly with the Starlight Sapphire's radiance. A streak of blue light shot out from the Starlight Sapphire's surface. The blue light radiated in midair and spread in all directions. The metal man's head also released a corresponding streak of light. The two streaks of blue light collided in midair. The brilliant blue light instantly lit up the entire laboratory. This explosion of blue light didn't last for long. When the light faded, test item 0 had already disappeared. Yuhao's smile became wider and wider. He threw the starlight sapphire into the spectral plane. In this way, those people wouldn't be able to find it. However, at this moment, a black shadow flashed towards him at an alarming speed. "Who's there?" the other party growled. A tyrannical purple light instantly bloomed. The terrifying pressure almost suffocated Yuhao. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings. 8 soul rings of the best combination appeared on the other party's body. It was a Contra-level expert. He had a pair of exceptionally thick arms. At this moment, both of his arms had transformed into a pair of large pincers. Yuhao walked over and glanced at him indifferently. When the Contra expert saw Yuhao's appearance, he was instantly shocked. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, young Master Hua." Yuhao grunted. "Get up." "Thank you, young master." The man stood up and asked respectfully, "Young master, why are you here?" "I'm Shrek's exchange student. I'm here to learn and secretly learn some skills." "What's your purpose for coming here?" "If you want to take away that embryo, I advise you not to have any ideas about her. If she gets angry, she'll even dare to destroy the entire Dolua continent." "Hand her over to me," Yuhao said indifferently. The Contra was hesitant at first. However, in an instant, a pure white stream of air appeared from his body. A white tray appeared together with a wooden support. On the tray, there were at least 100 gemstones of various colors embedded on it. On this small wooden support, the pure white stream of air fluctuated slightly. It seemed to be very excited. "Daddy! Daddy! You're finally here!" A light young girl's voice sounded. "Daddy?" The Contra had been standing there for a long time. Yuhao glared at him. In an instant, he lost consciousness. His vision turned black and he didn't know anything. Yuhao looked at the white stream of air in front of him again and said helplessly, "How many times have I told you? Don't call me Daddy. I'm not that old." The white stream of air instantly turned into an illusory image of a very cute 3-year-old girl. She had snow-white skin and chubby little face. She was wearing a snow-white little dress and snow-white long hair. She looked very lovable. She rushed into Yuhao's arms and said coquettishly, "Hee. I'll call you that. Daddy, daddy, daddy. I miss your daddy so much." Yuhao's face was full of awkwardness as he patted her head helplessly. All right. No matter what, welcome back, Snow Empress. No, I should call you Xiao Shui now." Following this, Yuhao's eyes turned a little cold. "You can vent your anger." The Snow Empress' face turned cold when she heard this. She didn't act coquettishly like before. She left Yuhao's arms and floated in front of Yuhao. She squeezed her hands together and made cracking sounds. She said with a childish yet mature tone, "Of course. I have to vent my anger. I've been locked up for 2 years. If not for the fact that I was waiting for my daddy, I would have destroyed Radiant City." The Soul Tool Experimentation Arena was the largest building in the entire Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. It could hold 10,000 people at once. It had a similar architectural style to the Shrek Academy's Beast Dueling Arena. There was a huge plaza inside. There were rows and rows of seats that extended upwards. It was usually used for the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy students to test, compete, and experiment with large soul tools. Between the spectator seats and the central plaza, there was a linked defense system made up of many defensive soul tools. This defense system showed how advanced the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy was in terms of soul tools. As long as there was a sufficiently powerful soul master, they would be able to control the entire defensive system. Of course, the prerequisite was that the soul master had enough soul power. Although it was early in the morning, the entire Soul Tool experimentation arena was already full. There were close to 12,000 teachers and students in the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, including those from the illustrious Virtue Hall. It wasn't just the students who wanted to see the differences between Soul Masters and Soul Engineers. Even the teachers were curious. The academy had stopped classes for 3 days for this sparring competition. Jing Hongqian didn't attend. He still had many important things to deal with. Lin Jiai was in charge of hosting the competition. From Jing Hongqian's perspective, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy would benefit from this competition, regardless of how long Yuhao could last. It would strengthen the Academy's cohesion and allow them to understand the differences between Soul Masters and Soul Engineers. All of this would give the students an exciting lesson. As there weren't enough seats, some students who came late had to sit in the aisles or stand at the back. Fortunately, the Soul Tool experimentation arena was big enough to accommodate all of them. As the referee, Lin Jiai also spent a lot of time thinking. In the end, he invited Xian Ziwen. Firstly, it was because of the teacher-student relationship between Xian Ziwen and Yuhao. Secondly, it was because of Xian Ziwen's abilities. Lin Jiai originally thought that Xian Ziwen would refuse, but he didn't expect that after hearing his proposal, the #1 researcher, who had always had nothing but research in his eyes, actually agreed very quickly. The reason was simple. He wanted to see how strong his disciple was as a soul master. When Yuhao first arrived, he had personally taught a lesson to a few other students who were Class 5 soul engineers. Xian Ziwen also knew about the bets that the students had made. If Yuhao couldn't last 10 rounds, the odds were 1 to 3. If he couldn't last 20 rounds, the odds were 1 to 2. If he couldn't last 50 rounds, the odds were 1 to 3. Since they dared to make such bets, it was clear that they were confident that Yuhao could win 50 rounds in a row. He didn't know why the Shrek Academy's students were so confident. After all, Yuhao only had 4 rings. Even if he rested between rounds, it would take up a lot of his time. The Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy wasn't a small academy. Even if the illustrious Virtue Hall students didn't participate, 3 days of intense battles would still wear Yuhao down. Once Yuhao lost a round, he might not even have the ability to continue. "Alright, everyone, quiet down." Lin Jiai's voice was heard through the sound-amplifying Soul Tool. The excited students who were discussing animatedly quietened down and turned their gazes to the main stage in the north. Lin Jiai said, "Our goal is to make friends through martial arts and enhance our learning. The Academy has decided to conduct this exchange. The Shrek Academy will send out one of their exchange students, Yuhao, who participated in the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Tournament, to spar with everyone. Whether or not you participate, I hope that all of you will be able to observe and feel the difference between Soul Masters and Soul Engineers. Enhance your understanding. The illustrious Virtue Hall's researcher, Teacher Xian Ziwen, will be the referee for this exchange. I will be the host. Next, let's welcome the Shrek Academy's Yuhao." The entrance to the Soul Tool experimentation arena opened quietly. A group of students wearing the dark green Shrek Academy's uniform walked into the Soul Tool experimentation arena under teacher Fan Yu's lead. There was only one person in this group who was wearing a black warrior outfit. At the same time, he attracted everyone's attention because of his beautiful and handsome appearance, as well as his long blue hair. Discussions started once again in the spectator stands. This was because all 10 of Shrek Academy's exchange students had appeared here. Most of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy students had never seen Yuhao before. Immediately, they started to guess who was the one who dared to challenge the entire Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy's students. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the person in the black warrior outfit. Out of everyone present, he was the only one with an extraordinary aura. He might even be Yuhao. In fact, they were right. He was indeed Yuhao. Yuhao crossed his arms in front of his chest. There were 4 people on his left and 4 on his right. Hikaitu was standing behind him. After that, 3 banners appeared in front of the 10,000 students from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. The 4 students from the Shrek Academy's Soul Tool Department on the left had a long banner with a line of words on it. Shrek God. Down. Down. 1. Same. Rank. None. Enemy. The banner on the right read, Tang Men 1000. Chiao. 1. Zai. 1. Tong. Jiang. Lake. Hikaitu stood behind Yuhao and raised a banner high in the air. There were 4 especially large words on it. Fight me if you're not convinced. The 9 students from the Shrek Academy quickly circled around Yuhao so that the students from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy could see them clearly. Suddenly, the entire spectator stand became a sea of noise. There were even some people who were about to use their soul tools to fire into the arena. Curses and scoldings rose and fell. Silence! Lin Jie roared with all his might. All teachers, restrain your students. The competition is about to begin. All unrelated personnel, leave the arena immediately. He was very depressed. He never thought that the exchange students from the Shrek Academy would do something like this. Weren't they just trying to stir up trouble? There were only 10 of them, and Yuhao was the only one participating. What were they trying to stir up trouble for? Weren't they just looking for trouble? Yuhao didn't seem to care at all. He raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up before he slowly moved it down. You're not convinced? Then let's fight. Yuhao's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Arrogant, he was simply too arrogant. Fortunately, the teachers from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy had good control. Under the teachers' pressure, the younger students, who were easily hot-headed, were quickly suppressed. Along with the entrance of the first student from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, the situation stabilized. Kill him! Let that country bumpkin Shrek go home! Long live the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, long live the Sun Moon Empire. Humiliation can only be washed away with blood. I'll be the girlfriend of whoever beats him. The entire spectator stand was in an uproar. However, there were some who remained quiet. For example, Kuku and Zimu. Xian Ziwen had 5 students. Zhu Zi had left the academy to join the army, while Wang Xiaojie had been expelled. Of the 5 students, only 3 were left. The first round of the friendly competition has begun. The entire arena is silent. Both parties will be given a quiet atmosphere. Whoever makes any more noise will be punished according to the academy's rules. Lin Jia's stern voice echoed throughout the arena. Only then did he manage to suppress the chaotic situation. Yuhao's opponent was a youth who seemed to be around 18 or 19 years old. This could be seen from the emblem on his chest. He was a Class 5 soul engineer. However, he seemed a little nervous. Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, Class 5 Soul Engineer, Xia Xianchen. The nervous youth looked at Yuhao as he announced his name. At this moment, the entire arena had quietened down. Everyone was focused on the Soul Tool experimentation arena. Shrek. Tangmen, Yuhao. Yuhao squinted his eyes and smiled. Both parties, please take your positions in the waiting area. Xia Xianchen turned around and left. He felt as if the blood in his body was about to boil. He couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, Xia Xuanchen's nervous emotions had calmed down a little. He gradually became excited. If he could defeat this fellow from Shrek Academy in the first round, would the prettiest girl in the class still treat him nicely? He might even be able to enter the illustrious Virtue Hall. That would be a great opportunity. However, he didn't see the disdain in Yuhao's eyes. Begin. Xian Ziwen shouted. He looked at Xia Xianchen with disappointment in his eyes. As Xia Xuanqin's back was facing Yuhao, he panicked when he heard the announcement. He immediately turned around to look at Yuhao. However, he didn't expect to see a cold face when he turned around. Then, he saw a snow-white hand. Wasn't that Yuhao? He grabbed Xia Xuanqin's head and pressed it against the ground. Boom! The ground caved in. After that, Yuhao raised his other hand and punched Xia Xuanqin's face. A few of Xia Xuanqin's teeth were knocked out. Blood flowed out of his mouth. If this was a battlefield, you would have been a corpse. Yuhao stood up and looked at him coldly. Of course, Yuhao held back a little. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a bloody pulp. I admit defeat, Xia Xuanqin said in fear. Yuhao put his index finger in front of his mouth and made a shushing gesture. Then, he shouted, "Next!" The teachers and students from the Sun Moon Imperial College seemed to have finally reacted. They were in an uproar again. From the beginning to the end of the match, it was just too fast. It had only been about 10 seconds. Yuhao didn't seem to have done anything. He didn't even use his martial soul. However, he had won without using his martial soul. He had won so cleanly. Silence! A thunderous voice rang out above the Soul Tool experimentation arena. In midair, Jing Hongqian was looking at Yuhao. He didn't use any flying-type soul tools. He was using his own cultivation to float in midair. Jing Hongqian placed his hands behind his back and scanned the entire arena. He said coldly, "Is this all you've got? What else do you know besides scolding? It's better to speak with your abilities than with your asterisks holes. If you're capable, beat him. If you're not, shut your mouths. The purpose of this exchange is to let you see where the gap between you and the others is. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've learned how to create advanced soul tools. Let me tell you, this student from Shrek Academy in front of you is only 15 years old this year. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is not admitting defeat. You don't know why you've lost. If you only know how to wallow in self-pity, when will the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy defeat the Shrek Academy in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Tournament? Jing Hongqian's prestige in the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy was unparalleled. His appearance immediately silenced the entire arena. Jing Hongqian looked at Yuhao and said, "Let's continue the sparring match." As he spoke, his figure flashed and he flew towards the main stage. Under Xian Ziwen's instructions, the second contestant entered the arena. Compared to the previous contestant, the second contestant was much calmer. After entering the arena, he stopped in his waiting area. He stared at Yuhao with bright eyes. He gave off the feeling that he was a volcano that could erupt at any time. Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, 6th grade student Wan Yijuan. Please enlighten me. The youth from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, who seemed to be over 20 years old, shouted. Yuhao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Shrek, Yuhao." He didn't say anything. This meant that Yuhao didn't have the right to enlighten him. Wan Yijuan furrowed his brow. It was obvious that he knew what this meant. Begin. Xian Ziwen waved his hand and quickly retreated. 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings. This was Wan Yijuan's soul ring combination. Right now, his 5 soul rings were flashing alternately. One could see that the soul tool behind his back was shining brightly. It was obvious that it was gathering energy. His 5 soul rings were all auxiliary-type soul skills that boosted his soul power. With the help of his energy-gathering soul tool, he could fight for a longer period of time. With the help of the soul thrusters beneath his feet, he quickly retreated and widened the distance between him and Yuhao. More than 10 rays of different colors shot towards Yuhao. This series of adaptations made the teachers from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy and Xian Ziwen nod their heads in approval. As a Class 5 soul engineer, this was the best that he could do. However, these people, who had been praising Wan Yijuan a moment ago, couldn't help but be stunned in the next moment. Faced with Wan Yijuan's soul rays, Yuhao didn't even try to dodge them. Instead, he charged forward at full speed. When the soul rays were about to reach Yuhao used his hands to destroy them. In 2 steps, he was already in front of Wan Yijuan. He punched out with his right fist. Boom! A human-shaped dent appeared on the wall in the distance. Yuhao didn't even turn his head as he turned around and said coldly, "Next." In the following rounds, Yuhao maintained a record of winning in less than a minute. Furthermore, he didn't even use his martial soul. He had already won 10 rounds. Jing Hongchen became more and more serious. Yuhao's abilities were too frightening. He had crushed every single one of his opponents without using his martial soul. There was no longer any commotion in the spectators' stand. The students from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy looked at Yuhao with complicated expressions. Was this his true strength? It was laughable that they had mocked him for being arrogant. But after he displayed his abilities, they realized that he had the right to be arrogant. It was laughable that they had mocked him. They were just like clowns jumping around. This was what some of the students thought. Some of the smarter and more talented students had already learned their lesson. The situation that Jing Hongchen wanted to see had happened. However, Yuhao didn't think much of it. If they improved, so be it. Jing Hongchen was silent for a long time. Next round, let's send Spectral Nana up. Her martial soul is the bane of close combat soul masters. Yuhao was resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, he seemed to feel something. He opened his eyes and looked at his new opponent. His pupils shrank. This time, his opponent was a female student. This female student's appearance could not be considered stunning, but she was still considered to be above average. She was about 17 or 18 years old, and her fair skin was very smooth. She was tall and slender and was at least 1.8 meters tall. Her long, dark red hair flowed down her back. Her eyes were very sharp. She tied her hair into a ponytail, and looked like she was about to get serious. Everyone looked at her with excitement and infatuation. When Yuhao saw her, he was shocked. "I was wondering why I didn't see you in the first 3 rounds. So he had been left behind until now. Nana. Na was a pitiful girl that Yuhao had once saved. She was a pitiful girl whose parents' souls had been extracted by evil soul masters. She was the one who was worshipped as an envoy by a branch of the Holy Ghost Church because her martial soul was a specter. After that, she acknowledged Yuhao as her master to thank him for helping her. She was willing to become Yuhao's maidservant. She had done her best for the Tang sect, and Yuhao had always felt bad for her. She clearly didn't have to do this, but she did everything she could to repay him. She gave her life to the Tang sect. She did all this just to repay him for saving her life. She was a good girl. At the same time, she was the first person who dared to seduce him. Cough, cough, cough. I've gone too far. He didn't know that Nana didn't just have a master-servant mentality towards him. She also had blind admiration and adoration for him. However, she knew that it was impossible for her to do that, and she could only bury her adoration in her heart. As long as she could see him rule the world, she would be very happy. At the same time, she would feel a trace of happiness. My master is the strongest person on the continent. She was proud of this. When Yuhao saw Nana again, he didn't know what to do. He didn't like Nana, and only sympathized with her experience. However, when he saw Nana's silent dedication, he felt a little apologetic. Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, Year 6 Active Control Soul Tool Department. Nana. Please enlighten me. Nana's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Yuhao looked at the valiant Nana with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. Shrek Academy, Yuhao. Please enlighten me. Yuhao added, please enlighten me this time. Nana nodded. Sister Nana, you can do it. Sister Nana, you can do it! Sister Nana, show him what you've got! Many students in the spectator stands had already stood up and were cheering for Nana. Begin! Following Xian Ziwen's shout, the 11th round began. This time, Yuhao didn't make the first move. He just looked at Nana with his hands behind his back. Nana had already charged forward. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring. The best combination of 5 soul rings floated up from Nana's feet. Her entire body also changed as she released her martial soul. The girl, who was originally full of heroic spirit, suddenly became somewhat illusory. Her entire body felt somewhat unreal. However, her speed increased explosively after she released her martial soul. A streak of fiery red light flashed from Nana's body. It was a short knife that was only 1 foot and 2 inches long. The blade was very strange. This short knife was as wide as a palm, and the blade was very short and thick. There were gorgeous patterns engraved on it, but it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. The blade itself was dark red, but it was currently emitting a scarlet light. The 2-foot-long knife light flickered in and out, like a ball of fire that was about to swallow someone whole. This combination made Nana seem like a female general. This made Yuhao think of a story that Dai Zhu had once told him. There was a female general in that story called Hua Mulan. He didn't remember the story very clearly. After all, his memories were still incomplete. In any case, he only remembered that this woman was very strong. She seemed to have been born on a planet called Earth. It was a small planet under the jurisdiction of the 36th God Realm. However, there were many interesting things that happened there. Should he go there and take a look in the future? Papa, I've strayed from the main topic again. The short knife instantly turned into a long rainbow, and the 2-foot-long knife light expanded to 3 feet. When the knife was unleashed, Nana's body disappeared completely. She became one with the knife and slashed towards Yuhao. At that moment, the fan-shaped knife light that appeared in the air was like the rising sun. Whether it was in terms of speed, strength, element, or soul tool, it could be said that it was the best work of a Class 5 soul engineer. At this moment, Yuhao finally moved. He grabbed the short knife with both hands, and a strong vibration was transmitted to the blade. Gotcha! The short knife was shattered by the vibration. Immediately after, an illusory figure flew backwards in response to the sound, directly flying 10 meters away. The person who was sent flying was naturally Nana. Nana's illusory figure suddenly became more solid. She lifted her head when she landed, and her eyes met with Yuhao's. She saw Yuhao's deep eyes and mesmerizing smile. Even she was stunned for a moment. However, she immediately adjusted her state of mind. This time, her speed increased again, and her first and second soul rings lit up one after another. Her figures separated, and Nana actually turned into 3 people. Furthermore, each of them looked very illusory. Yuhao smiled gently and finally released his destiny spirit eyes. A strange combination of 1 white and 4 black soul rings suddenly appeared. Everyone exclaimed subconsciously. This was Yuhao's first time using his martial soul and releasing soul rings. Everyone was shocked when they saw that his soul ring combination was much better than Nana's. Jing Hongchen was also very shocked. This was his first time seeing Yuhao use his martial soul. However, he didn't expect Yuhao to be so monstrous. Even Nana wanted to admit defeat, but her pride told her that she couldn't do that. She had to become stronger. Otherwise, how could she save her parents? Yuhao plucked 2 strands of his hair, and his second soul ring lit up. Yuhao gently blew the strands of hair in his hand. A white light flashed, and the 2 strands of hair instantly turned into 2 identical people. Doppelganger? Everyone was astonished. The 3 Yuhao and the 3 Nana clashed. The 3 Yuhao did the same thing, and directly grabbed the real Nana. As for the remaining 2 spectral doppelganger, they were destroyed with a single spiritual shock. At the moment when they were destroyed, Nana's third soul ring lit up. Spectral possession. She was immune to all physical attacks. Time would increase as she became stronger. Nana's body became even more illusory. She broke free from the three Yuhao that were grabbing her. At the same time, her fourth soul ring lit up. A dark shadow split from her body, and Nana's face turned pale. The dark shadow landed on Yuhao's body. Yuhao's body seemed to be entangled by a layer of black air. Fourth soul skill, Avenging Spirit. This soul skill had an extremely strong binding effect. However, there were many restrictions when using it. The user had to use their spiritual power to control it. If they couldn't restrain their opponent, they would suffer a strong backlash. I've won, Nana told herself in her heart. However, she quickly felt that something was amiss. That was because she saw Yuhao's eyes. They were gray and filled with an aura of death. An indescribable fear appeared in Nana's heart. Following this, she heard Yuhao mumble something. The avenging spirit that was attached to Yuhao's body disappeared. It completely disappeared. It was as if it had fused into Yuhao's body. However, there was no backlash. Nana only felt that her heart was empty. It was as if she had lost something. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, she reacted immediately. Her fifth soul ring lit up. At the same time, she stretched out her left hand. A small white dagger that was only 5 inches long flew towards Yuhao like a bolt of lightning. However, Yuhao smashed that Class 6 soul tool with a single punch. After this, Yuhao made a pinching action. Nana instantly felt a pain that originated from her soul. She stopped in her tracks and clutched her chest. She fell to the ground and groaned in pain. She almost fainted. I've won. Yuhao stopped destroying her soul. Following this, he turned around domineeringly. Next. Wait a minute. What did you do to me? Nana suddenly stood up and shouted. However, when she saw Yuhao raise his hand again, the fear in her heart became even stronger. She clearly didn't feel any soul power undulations from Yuhao. Furthermore, the power that restrained her seemed to come from within. In other words, she wasn't restrained by Yuhao's soul skill. She thought about how the avenging spirit that she had released earlier had disappeared. She guessed that this was a side effect that was stronger than a direct backlash. While the avenging spirit was powerful and could determine the outcome of a battle, it would also become a nightmare for her if she encountered her natural enemy. She looked at Yuhao with a complicated expression. She didn't know what to do. Following this, Yuhao killed monsters all the way until noon. He won 25 matches in a row. He went back and rested for a while. In the afternoon, he defeated another 25 Class 5 Soul Engineers. The first day of the tournament ended just like that. He won 50 matches in a row. This had never happened before in the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. It was a disgrace to the academy. As dusk approached, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy students walked out of the Soul Tool experimentation arena. Most of them had solemn expressions on their faces, and there was a heavy look in their eyes. A 15-year-old Soul Master from the Shrek Academy had defeated 30 Class 5 Soul Engineers without using any Soul Tools. This included more than 70% of the Year 6 students. This meant that other than the illustrious Virtue Hall, no one in the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy could defeat this 15-year-old youth. What kind of humiliation was this? Tomorrow, the Class 6 Soul Engineers from the illustrious Virtue Hall would fight. Could they really win? At night, Yuhao was meditating in his room. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. Yuhao stretched his body and opened the door. However, it wasn't Fan Yu or He Kaitu outside his room. It was, "Sorry to disturb you. Can I come in?" Nana furrowed her brow as she asked. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty, she was still top-notch. That rare heroic spirit of hers gave her a different kind of charm, especially her extremely well-proportioned and explosive body that perfectly displayed the beauty of a woman's figure. The shape of her buttocks was especially beautiful. Yuhao furrowed his brow. However, he immediately relaxed. She was probably here for his spirit. Come in. Nana entered Yuhao's room cautiously. Yuhao's room. What do you want? Yuhao was a little frightened as he looked at Nana. At this moment, Nana's clothes had already fallen to the ground. Her beautiful figure was exposed in front of Yuhao. Before this, Nana had closed the door the moment she entered his room. Following that, she did this. Nana lowered her head. She looked very pitiful. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She had already lost her heroic spirit. She said weakly, I just want to beg you. Return my spirit to me. I know that you're a top student from the Shrek Academy. Perhaps you already have someone in your heart. You don't like me. However, I don't have anything precious that I can exchange for my spirit with. I only have this body that hasn't been sullied. I've never been touched by another man. I beg you, return my spirit to me. I'll agree to anything you want. Even if you want my body, I'm willing to give it to you. Her voice was choked with sobs. You. Yuhao turned around in a sorry state. He covered his eyes with his hands. His face was a little red. Even though he had seen it before, it wasn't as clear as this time. Moreover, it was very close this time. Tui. He went off topic again. I know. Hurry up and put on your clothes. I'll return it to you after the competition. Hurry up. Yuhao said anxiously and in a sorry state. Nana was stunned for a moment. She only reacted at this moment. Yuhao seemed to be a little afraid of her current appearance. She lifted her head to look at his pathetic appearance. He didn't look the same as he did during the day, when he challenged everyone in front of everyone and won 30 consecutive rounds. Due to Yuhao's strong and domineering performance in the competition, many students had already set him as their target. In their eyes, Yuhao was a powerful soul master. At this moment, Nana realized that Yuhao was only a 15-year-old child. A child who was 3 years younger than her. Nana's face was slightly red. She hurriedly put on her clothes. Yuhao was a little embarrassed at this moment. He felt that his nose was a little hot, as if it was going to bleed. Damn it! In this world, women were indeed the scariest creatures. I'm done. Nana said softly. Yuhao turned his head. He peeked through the gap between his hands that were covering his eyes. After confirming that Nana was done, he turned around. His face was bright red, and the ahog on top of his head was violently swaying left and right. It was really cute and alluring. He covered his nose with both hands. Blood seemed to be coming out of his nose. Even though Yuhao covered it with his hands, Nana still saw it. Nana couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Yuhao in such a pathetic state, like a child who had been bullied. Her laughter was very beautiful. Yuhao said unhappily, If you laugh again, I won't return your soul. It's fine. If you don't return it, I'll just give you my body. As Nana said this, she made a gesture of taking off her clothes. Yuhao's face, which had returned to normal, instantly turned red again. His ahog swayed even more violently than before. He immediately covered his eyes again. Embarrassed, he said angrily, All right, I'm scared of you. Get out of here. I'll give you my soul after the competition. Nana looked at his sorry state, which made him look like a little boy who had made a mistake. She laughed again. He looked much better now than he did during the competition. Perhaps this was the real him. Nana looked at him with a smile and said, I hope you'll keep your promise. I don't have anything to exchange with you anyway. If you go back on your word and want my body, just let me know. Get out of here. Yuhao said angrily again. Nana smiled gently. She walked to the door and opened it. She turned back and smiled at Yuhao. Why did you have to pretend like that? You look so much cuter now than you did during the competition. This is the real you. When Yuhao heard this, he was stunned for a moment. However, in the next moment, he stomped his feet in embarrassment and anger. He immediately turned around and shouted at her with a red face, "No way out, no way out? Baka baka! Get out of here!" Nana was stunned for a second, then laughed. "See, you're really cute like this," Nana said and walked out of the door, closing it behind her. Yuhao was still stunned. Yuhao touched his burning face. "What's wrong with me? It seems that I should read less light novels these days." Outside the door, Nana was thinking about something. Since he can imprison my soul, does that mean he can also? Nana suddenly became excited. She turned around and was about to knock on the door again. She raised her hand, but it stopped in midair. Nana's breathing was a little rapid. She murmured to herself, "I can't rush. I can't rush. I'll look for him after the competition. I hope he can really do it." She clenched her fists as she spoke, but the excitement on her face was hard to hide. But what did he mean by the strange language of "no Rousey" just now? The next day. "Yuhao, how was your rest last night?" Xian Ziwen asked with a smile. Yuhao's first reaction was to think of Nana's body. He forced a smile and said, "Not bad." Xian Ziwen said, "That's good. Your opponent today is very strong. After the hallmaster and I discussed it yesterday, we decided to let you use soul tools in the competition. After all, you only have 4 rings. It would be too unfair to restrict you too much. This isn't the style of the Japanese Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. You can do your best today and display all of your abilities." Yuhao was slightly stunned. "You can let me use soul tools? Hallmaster wants to see how I combine soul tools with my martial soul, right?" Xian Ziwen said, "I don't know. If you have absolute confidence in yourself, you don't have to use them." Yuhao laughed. "Why not? It's not a big deal to let you see. Since it's an exchange of pointers, I have to show you the meaning of it. I just hope that your opponents today won't disappoint me." Xian Ziwen looked at him meaningfully and said, "You won't be disappointed. Get ready." Yuhao nodded and closed his eyes to adjust his state of mind. If he didn't remember wrongly, those 2 lunatics should be fighting, right? The competition officially began. It was a youth who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. He was muscular, had short brown hair and tanned skin. It was obvious that he was part of the royal family. His arms were longer than the average person's, but they were also exceptionally thick. As Yuhao slowly walked into the soul tool experimentation arena, he could faintly feel a wave of pressure coming towards him. However, Yuhao directly ignored the pressure and lazily looked at his opponent. He was a little disappointed. Truly, too weak. Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy's Illustrious Virtue Hall, Shin Musu, versus Shrek Academy's Yuhao. Xian Ziwen looked at both parties and raised his right hand before slamming it down. "Begin." As he shouted, Shin Musu quickly moved. As he charged forward, Shin Musu's hands separated by his sides, and a long blade appeared in each of his hands. The 2 long blades looked exactly the same. They were both 4 feet long, with thick handles and wide blade. Yuhao still stood where he was and watched as Shin Musu charged towards him. He didn't try to dodge, and directly took out a small black ball. That was. Xian Ziwen was shocked when he saw that thing. Others might not recognize it, but he did. That was a soul grenade that Yuhao had invented that wasn't meant for soul masters. Yuhao didn't even inject his soul power into it. He just threw it at Shin Musu. Shin Musu curled his lips in disdain. "It's just a small ball. What can it do? Watch how I cut it in half with one slash." As he thought, he slashed at the small black ball that was coming towards him. He didn't see the Godspeed expression in Yuhao and Xian Ziwen's eyes. When he slashed at the small sphere, he immediately felt a heart-palpitating feeling. Before he could react, he heard a boom. A huge explosion occurred, and a small mushroom cloud appeared. Yuhao didn't even turn his head as he turned around. Next, the explosion behind him sounded again. After the smoke dissipated, a huge crater could be seen. Shinmusu was lying inside, and his body was bright red. His defensive soul tool had been blown to smithereens. If he didn't have his defensive soul tool, the explosion would have killed him. Silence. Everyone was silent. They were stunned. What kind of soul tool did Yuhao use? Even Xian Ziwen, Director Lin and Jing Hongchen were stunned. It was no wonder. Xian Ziwen only knew that Yuhao had invented a soul tool grenade, but he had never used it before. When he used it this time, he was shocked by its strength. Director Lin and Jing Hongchen were also shocked that they had never seen such an explosive-type soul tool before. They had never seen it before. What did this mean? It meant that either Yuhao or Shrek had invented a new soul tool. It meant that they hadn't invented a soul tool yet. I didn't expect this. Yuhao is really good at hiding things. Just like that, Yuhao emerged victorious once again in the afternoon. 48 consecutive victories. Furthermore, besides using soul tool grenades that weren't meant for soul masters, he also used explosive talismans. He also used many other soul tools that could be used in battle. Furthermore, he used them better than any of the students. Many teachers even admitted that they couldn't use soul tools as well as Yuhao. Jing Hongchen furrowed his brows. Yuhao's abilities were too frightening. He seemed to have chosen to be an all-rounder soul engineer. It was important to note that there were very few all-round soul engineers in the history of the Sun-Moon Empire. In the 49th round, Yuhao's opponent was a lady around 25 years old. She was quite pretty, and her purple hair reached her waist. Yuhao saw her and laughed bitterly in his heart. One of the two had finally appeared. Jing Zian. The sword fanatic's woman, illustrious Virtue Hall, Jing Zian. Shrek, Yuhao. Match begin. Yuhao charged forward as soon as the match began. However, Yuhao used his full speed this time. Yuhao seemed to transform into a ray of light as he charged towards Jing Zian. Jing Zian's expression had been very calm since she entered the arena. However, when she saw Yuhao's lightspeed and was in front of her in the blink of an eye, a look of shock flashed across her eyes. She immediately released her invincible barrier, but Yuhao retracted his right pinky, ring, and thumb, leaving his middle and index fingers pressed together like a sword. He poked at the invincible barrier, and something magical happened. The invincible barrier was instantly pierced through like a piece of paper. His sword fingers didn't stop, and just brushed past Jing Zian's face. A small wound was left on her face, and fresh blood dripped down onto Yuhao's middle and index fingers. Jing Zian was still in a daze as she stood there. She still hadn't recovered from the shock. Yuhao slowly retracted his finger sword and waved it towards the ground. Blood flew out, and a huge, 6-meter-long sword mark appeared on the ground at the moment he waved it. Somewhere in the spectator stands, a 25-year-old cold-looking man with a sword on his back suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Yuhao on the stage, and his eyes flashed with a strong desire to fight. Jing Zian also recovered from the shock, and subconsciously collapsed to the ground. Yuhao turned around and said, "Next. Because the arena is damaged, there will be a half-minute break." Yuhao sat below the stage and closed his eyes to rest. "It's the last round. Come out, you lunatic. Otherwise, it's really boring." Everyone looked quietly at Yuhao, who was resting with his eyes closed. Was he really only 15 years old? At 15 years old, he fought against all the geniuses of the Sun-Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy by himself. This couldn't be described as a genius anymore. Yuhao was a monster. 99 consecutive victories. 99 consecutive victories. This also proved that the Sun-Moon Soul Engineering Academy had lost 99 consecutive times. This was the most humiliating thing in the history of the Sun Moon Soul Engineering Academy. Jing Hongchen and Director Lin furrowed their brows. Hall Master, Ji Juechen requests an audience. A teacher walked over and said respectfully to Jing Hongchen. Oh? That lunatic? Director Lin was surprised. Jing Hongchen thought for a long time before nodding. Let him in. Half a minute later, a handsome man stood in front of Yuhao. He was so handsome that many girls fell in love with him. Many men sighed when they saw him. He looked to be about 25 years old, and his long black hair was tied behind his head with a simple hairband. His face was unhealthily pale. It was a kind of cold handsomeness. In Yuhao's words, he had facial paralysis. His facial paralysis was comparable to Han Tian's facial paralysis. He had a sword in his hand. It was about 4 feet long and was completely black. The sword looked very simple, and there was nothing special about it. It even looked a little like a fire stick. There was a fighting spirit in his eyes. He looked expressionlessly at Yuhao and said, Ji Juechen. Yuhao finally put down his crossed arms and said very seriously, Yuhao. He gave a very simple introduction of his name. Ji Juechen continued expressionlessly, I'm here because of the strength of your sword finger. I signed up at the last minute. I felt sword intent from your sword finger. I saw something that I've been searching for. Please let me feel it. Thank you. As he spoke, he held his sword with both hands and bowed slowly to Yuhao. His originally dim and lifeless eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. It was a kind of stubborn fanaticism and fighting spirit. At this moment, it seemed that there was only the sword in his hand in his eyes. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings rose from his feet. You're a lunatic. Sometimes, lunatics are scarier than normal people. However, I like to fight lunatics, since that's the case, Yuhao said. He touched his forehead with his right hand. Instantly, his eye of destiny opened. A huge, jade-green sword emerged and landed in Yuhao's right hand. The huge sword suddenly shrank. It turned from a huge, jade-green sword to a treasured, jade-green sword. The blade of the sword was only 3 centimeters wide. The hilt of the sword was also jade-green. It was 1.3 meters long. Yuhao raised the sword in his right hand and pointed it at Ji Juechen. He said slowly, I'll do as you wish. Today we'll have a sword duel. 6 terrifying soul rings, 1 white, 4 black, and 1 red, suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't Yuhao a 5-ring soul king? How did he become a soul emperor? Furthermore, he had a 100,000-year soul ring. He has never seriously fought a single battle before. Has he been hiding his abilities since he came to the academy? Xian Ziwen was astonished as he looked at Yuhao. Even Jing Hongchen and Director Lin were moved. He's too monstrous. A 15-year-old soul emperor. This has never happened before in history. Even those on Shrek's side were astonished as they looked at Yuhao. That's because they didn't know about Tangyu. Even they didn't know that Yuhao was already a soul emperor. Kaitu had already reached the 60th level half a year ago. However, he hadn't looked for his 6th soul ring. He wanted to consolidate his strength. Jing Hongchen subconsciously thought that Yuhao's cultivation had been achieved through the use of treasures. However, he immediately rejected this idea. This was because Shrek had never advocated using treasures to increase one's cultivation. Furthermore, Yuhao actually had a 100,000-year soul ring on his 6th soul ring. This proved that Yuhao's cultivation was real. Otherwise, a soul master who relied on treasures wouldn't be able to have a 100,000-year soul ring on his 6th soul ring. On the other hand, Ji Juechen wasn't moved at all. It was as if his sword was the most important thing in his heart. Soul rings and whatnot were just decorations. In fact, this was indeed the case. Ji Juechen believed that soul rings and whatnot could be pushed aside. The sword was the way to go. Your sword intent has awakened my sword intent, which has been dormant for many years. Please guide me. Ji Juechen pointed his sword at Yuhao. Come on then. Yuhao tied his icy blue hair into a ponytail. He appeared valiant and formidable. The jade-green treasured sword flickered. Yuhao gripped his sword tightly. His fighting spirit was also at its peak. My blood has been boiling for a long time. Before Xian Ziwen even said begin, the two of them had already charged forward. Clang! The swords clashed, and two majestic sword intents shot out. The ground beneath them caved in, and the two of them took 10 steps back at the same time. They were evenly matched in their first clash. If Yuhao were to evaluate Ji Juechen's sword intent, he would say that he had already reached the pinnacle of the illuminated sword heart. If he were to improve further, he would be able to reach the level of one with the sword. Yuhao had already reached the level above one with the sword 10,000 years ago. According to the words of the first generation, this was the so-called all things are swords. Everything could be used as a sword, even if it was as fragile as hair and leaves. Ji Juechen looked at his meteoric iron sword, which had a crack on it. Indeed, Ji Juechen looked at Yuhao with a burning gaze. His sword intent is above mine. Ji Juechen knew that he would definitely lose if he continued to spar with Yuhao. However, Ji Juechen's goal wasn't to win, but to comprehend Yuhao's sword intent. Right now, he had already grasped an opportunity, and felt as if he had touched the threshold. As long as he took another step forward, he believed that his sword intent would reach a higher level. You let me win. Let's go again. Ji Juechen held his sword with both hands and closed his eyes. A sword intent that seemed to be able to cut through the air appeared on his sword. Yuhao was slightly shocked. When sword intent entered one's body, it meant that one had reached the realm of one with the sword. Ji Juechen was only one step away from reaching that realm. No wonder he's a sword fanatic. Yuhao praised him in his heart. Ji Juechen moved. He slowly swept his meteoric iron sword across the ground. Instantly, a sword intent appeared on the ground and slashed towards Yuhao. A long crack appeared on the ground. Yuhao made a slashing motion. Boom! The two sword intents collided. The space around the point of impact was slightly distorted. Smoke and dust rose as the two figures collided once again. Because of the smoke and dust, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Only clanging sounds could be heard. When the smoke and dust dissipated, it was possible to see that both of their swords were holding each other's sword. Both of their eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Just like that, the stalemate continued. Ji Juechen felt as if he had found the key to opening the door. He was also very excited. Ji Juechen was the first to withdraw his sword. I've lost. Thank you for your guidance. He bowed deeply towards Yuhao. Following that, his meteoric iron sword cracked. Everyone was shocked as they watched on in disbelief. The broken sword was stabbed into the ground. Ji Juechen looked at the hilt in his hand and caressed it. This meteoric iron sword had accompanied him for many years. He didn't expect it to break today. Rest in peace, brother. Yuhao pulled out the meteoric iron sword from the ground. The two of you must have had a good relationship, right? Yuhao looked at the sword in his hand. Ji Juechen nodded and passed the hilt to Yuhao. Please bury it for me. Thank you. Ji Juechen didn't even turn back as he left. However, Yuhao could see a trace of tears at the corner of his eyes. A sword with emotions is better than a sword without emotions. You have a sword in your heart, and you have a sword in your heart. Yuhao shouted at Ji Juechen as he walked away. Ji Juechen suddenly stopped in his tracks. After that, he turned around and bowed again. After that, he left without turning back. Yuhao looked at Ji Juechen's back as he left. He smiled. Perhaps he would enter the realm of one with the sword during his closed-door cultivation. Yuhao looked at the crowd. I won. Silence. No one said a word. Yes. Yuhao won 100 consecutive victories. However, they couldn't be happy. Yuhao wasn't from the Sun-Moon Empire. Yuhao had won 100 matches. This meant that the Sun-Moon Empire had lost 100 matches. It was a new record for the Sun-Moon Empire. This was the greatest humiliation of all. 10,000 years later, this day would be known as the Sun-Moon Soul Engineering Academy's Day of Humiliation. This day's humiliation would be remembered by future generations. At the same time, Yuhao left behind an undefeated legend in the Sun-Moon Soul Engineering Academy. No one could break the record that he had set. Whether it was Yunming or the second-generation Golden Dragon King, Tang Wulin, none of them could do it. In the end, he was the one who broke the record. However, this was a story for another day. Yuhao looked at the broken meteoric iron sword in his hand. He immediately spoke to the sword spirit that was sealed within it. "Why are you in such dire straits? Tao God Sword. Has the sword god fallen?" The meteoric iron sword in his hand suddenly flashed. It exuded an indescribable sense of sorrow. Yuhao frowned slightly. He seemed to be deep in thought. Just now, the meteoric iron sword had conveyed 2 words: order. Yuhao calmed himself down. He looked at the meteoric iron sword. "Don't worry. I'll fix you. Once I fix you, you can return to old Ji's hands. The person you approve of must be very talented." After the match, Yuhao claimed that he had gained some enlightenment and was going into closed-door cultivation. He also told Jing Hongchen not to forget about the bet. After that, he went into closed-door cultivation. Was he really going into closed-door cultivation? No, he was going to fix the meteoric iron sword. At the same time, he was going to let it shine with its true glory. Yuhao walked up to the stage. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked like he was going to win. "If you don't come out, then this match will be meaningless, old Ji." At this moment, a figure that Yuhao was familiar with walked up to the stage. Yuhao finally revealed a smile. "He's finally out. That's right." Chapter 50. 3 months later, in Yuhao's room. "Huff. I'm so tired. I've put in a lot of effort to repair you." Yuhao stood up and stretched his back. After that, he looked at the gold and silver long sword that was floating in front of him. This sword was about 1.2 meters long, and there was an ancient aura surrounding it. However, there wasn't a single flaw on it. The sword's blade reflected a dazzling sharpness, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Yuhao nodded and said, "This is the real you. Tao God Sword." Buzz. The Tao God Sword suddenly lit up, and an illusory, black-haired beauty appeared. She was Rushua and her skin was fair. She had a seductive figure, and she had a lofty aura. However, she still bowed respectfully to Yuhao. After that, she said gratefully, "Thank you, God of Emotions." Yuhao stopped her and said, "Don't call me that. I haven't even regained my memories yet. If you don't mind, you can call me Yuhao. Speaking of which, what did you experience? Why did your master, the sword god, perish? Who did it?" The sword spirit of the Tao God Sword was silent for a moment, then said to the God of Emotions, "I don't remember what happened back then very clearly. At that time, when my master was about to fall, he threw me out. I don't even know the people who fought against my master. However, I can still remember what my master said to me. It seems like the next day, he met with Fan Yu and He Kaitu and told them that he was safe. And he also met with Xian Ziwen and told him that he was safe. Just as he was about to go to the canteen to eat, he saw someone from afar. "Hey! Long time no see, Ji Juechen." Yuhao waved at him. Ji Juechen was still as cold as ever. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his aura was much stronger than 3 months ago. It seemed like he had broken through to become one with the sword. "You can still recognize me?" Ji Juechen was a little surprised. Why can't I recognize you? You're a lunatic. Yuhao teased him. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Ji Juechen nodded. Yuhao pondered for a moment before he retrieved a gold and silver longsword and tossed it to Ji Juechen. For you. Ji Juechen caught the sword. The moment he touched it, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity and closeness with it. This is. Ji Juechen stared at the sword in his hand for a long time, but he didn't know what to say. He had already guessed that this sword was the meteoric iron sword, but it seemed to have been reborn. After a long time, he bowed solemnly to Yuhao again. Thank you for fixing it. After that, he took the sword and left. Yuhao smiled. The Tao God's sword had good taste. After that, Yuhao furrowed his brows. He recalled the clues that the Tao God's sword's sword spirit had told him. Besides the clue of order, there were two other clues: the abyss, original sin. Just as he was thinking about this problem, a lady appeared in front of him. Excuse me. Yuhao took a look. Wasn't that Nana? Oh. I'm sorry. I almost forgot about your spirit. I'm really sorry. I've been very busy for the past 3 months. It's okay, as long as you haven't forgotten everything. She didn't know why, but she had an indescribable trust in Yuhao. She had even started to worship him recently. Yuhao's dormitory. Let's make it clear first. Whatever you see next, you can't tell anyone, Yuhao said. Nana nodded. Do you believe in the existence of multiple martial spirits? It means that a person has more than 2 martial spirit. It's even more powerful than twin martial spirit, Yuhao said. After hearing that, Nana was first shocked, then she shook her head. How could she not shake her head? Twin martial spirits were already extremely rare. How could this guy have multiple martial spirits? How could she believe it? Yuhao smiled. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I won't force you to believe it. Yuhao began to chant a strange spell. He made a gesture of holding something. A small ball of golden light jumped around his palm like a living thing. Go. Yuhao said softly. The small ball of golden light instantly entered between her eyebrows. Nana closed her eyes and felt something. After a long time, she opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she immediately knelt on the ground. What are you thinking about this time? Yuhao quickly took 2 steps back and looked at Nana in shock. Nana's eyes turned red. Yuhao, I beg you to help me. I was born in a noble family. My father is a hereditary baron of the Sun-Moon Empire. He's considered the lowest level of nobility. Although our family doesn't have any land, we have some land and shop. We're quite well off. My father's innate martial spirit doesn't have soul power, so he can't become a soul master. It was a coincidence that my father and mother met. My father went out for an outing and met my mother, who was severely injured after hunting a soul beast in the soul beast forest. My mother fainted when she saw my father. My father saved my mother and saved her from danger. However, my mother's injuries were very serious. My father had no choice but to bring her home. My mother recuperated for a month before her injuries healed. My mother was touched by my father's meticulous care. On the day they were about to leave, my father asked my mother to stay and expressed his love for her. However, my mother told my father that I'm an inauspicious person. Staying would be harmful to him. My father insisted on holding on to my mother and firmly said that he wasn't afraid. He didn't believe in Guxiang either. After a month of being together, she received his meticulous care when she was at her most helpless. She even saved her life. My mother wasn't heartless to my father. After some hesitation, she chose to stay. Their relationship progressed very quickly. 3 months later, they got married. A year and a half later, I was born. Although my father is a noble, he's very kind. He treats all the tenants of our house very well. After my mother married my father, She stayed at home to take care of her husband and teach her daughter. Until I was 6 years old, we had a very happy life. Until one day, I was 6. That day, my mother told my father that she was going out. I was still young then and pestered my mother to go with me. Later, I found out that my mother was going to the Soul Beast forest to hunt soul beasts. Her soul power had reached a bottleneck, and she needed a soul ring to break through. My mother was born a commoner and relied on herself to cultivate. When she was young, she only went to an elementary soul master academy and learned some basic knowledge. Later on, she didn't have the money to continue her studies. However, by relying on her own efforts, my mother successfully broke through rank 40 and became a soul ancestor when I was 6 years old. To a commoner, this was already very rare. My father supported my mother's decision, but she was gone for half a year. After half a year, my mother came back. However, her expression was very ugly. At that time, my father and I were only happy and didn't notice anything wrong. My mother also successfully obtained a soul ring. At that time, my martial soul had already awakened. Just like my mother, it was Spectre. Nana sat on the chair. Her words were very shaky, and tears flowed down her face. Her eyes were red from crying. Yuhao looked at her and felt uncomfortable. Yuhao slowly stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. "Let's go," he said indifferently. Nana was stunned. "Where are we going?" Yuhao turned his head and smiled at her. "To save your family." "You! Aren't you going to find help?" Yuhao smiled again. "We'll go there openly. Even if there's a god there, I'll kill it for you." Nana stared at the young man who was even shorter than her, but at this moment, she felt that he was so tall. Mingdu. At the corner of a street, Yuhao stood at the entrance of a courtyard. Behind him stood Nana. She was dressed in black with a bamboo hat on her head. Nana said to him, "Turn invisible first. After I knock on the door, you can." Before Nana could finish her words, Yuhao kicked the door open. "Don't bother. I told you that we'll go in openly." "Who is it?" A young man dressed in black with a bamboo hat rushed over, but before he could react, he was knocked unconscious. Yuhao clapped his hands and said, "Good man! How dare you? How dare you trespass into our sect?" 2 men dressed in white with white hoods rushed over with a group of men dressed in black with bamboo hat. However, Yuhao acted as if he didn't see them. He held Nana's wrist with his right hand and walked straight in. He raised his left hand, and a ball of gray light appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and everyone was stunned. When Yuhao and Nana entered the underground hall, "Nana, you're really brave. How dare you bring strangers into our sect?" 2 men dressed in white with hoods appeared in front of them. They were the Great Holy Spirit and Second Holy Spirit that Nana had mentioned. They were both 6-ringed soul emperors. The 2 of them immediately released their martial souls and soul rings. They were the best combination. Yuhao smiled faintly. His icy blue hair suddenly turned gray, and even his eyes turned gray. He exuded a dense aura of death, and 6 gray soul rings appeared. "Soul cage," Yuhao said. 2 streaks of gray light instantly entered the Great Holy Spirit and Second Holy Spirit's eyebrows. Instantly, they felt as if their souls had been imprisoned, and they even suffered unbearable pain. "Ah! You've imprisoned our souls. You know how to imprison souls too? How is this possible? You're an evil soul master too? We're from the Holy Ghost religion. Our Holy Emperor. I don't care if you're the Holy Emperor or the Holy God. I'll just kill you if you come." Yuhao said. "Purify the filth in your souls." 2 streaks of pure white light were released from his eye of destiny. They entered the Great Holy Spirit and Second Holy Spirit's bodies. "Ah! This is impossible. This is the power to destroy souls. Who are you? This is a power that only the Holy Emperor has. Who are you?" The 2 of them cried out in pain. After that, they seemed to have thought of something. Oh yes, we know. Are you the Holy Sun? Holy Sun, you should find the Holy Emperor. With your help, the Holy Emperor will definitely lead us to rule this world. Only we who possess holy power have the right to control everything in this world. Whoever wants it can have it. I don't care anyway, Yuhao said. The great Holy Spirit and second Holy Spirit revealed a strange smile on their faces. Holy Sun, even if you don't find the Holy Emperor, the Holy Emperor will find you one day. At that time, it might be the opportunity for the Holy Spirit to rule over everything. The Holy Sun has descended. The Holy Spirit will live forever. The Holy Emperor will live forever. Their eyes suddenly dimmed, and even their bodies became like dust, sliding down and dispersing. Not a single corpse was left behind. Yuhao clapped his hands. His gray hair and eyes instantly turned back to icy blue. His 6 gray soul rings had already disappeared. It was as if he was already used to such a scene. Nana was already in a daze behind Yuhao. Although she had always thought that Yuhao was very strong, she didn't expect Yuhao to be so strong. Nana. Only when Yuhao called her name did Nana snap back to reality. Go and find your parents. There's not much time left. I used a cleansing spell just now. The evil and filth on their bodies will gradually be cleansed. When they're completely cleansed, they'll be purified and ascend to heaven. If you have anything to say, quickly tell them. I'll wait for you outside. Outside, Yuhao looked at the group of holy servants and holy disciples, who were still in a daze. He waved his hand and everyone regained their senses. When they saw Yuhao, they didn't rush forward. They already knew how big the gap between them was. Yuhao said plainly, "The great Holy Spirit and second Holy Spirit are dead. The evil sex branch altar has been destroyed. The souls of your loved ones have been purified. If you still want to see them one last time, hurry up and go down. If I wanted to harm you, you would have become corpses long ago. Why are you still standing here? Why aren't you going? If you miss this chance, you'll never see your loved ones again. This is also the best time for you to leave this evil sect and free yourselves." The last sentence was shouted. This shout directly woke them up. They collectively kowtowed to Yuhao, got up, and rushed into the underground hall. Yuhao found a room and rested there. He could still hear the cries and howls. Obviously, the holy servants had found the souls of their loved ones. Nana was the first to walk out of the tunnel. She had already taken off the hood, and her eyes were red and swollen from crying. When she came in front of Yuhao, her knees gave way and she was about to kneel down. Yuhao held her up. "Nana, don't be like this. My condolences. Your parents' souls can be considered to have been purified, and they finally have a place to belong." Nana lightly nodded her head. "Thank you, Master." Master? The corner of Yuhao's mouth twitched slightly. Why is history always so similar to what happened in the past? "Yes," Nana said before, "as long as Master can help Nana rescue her parents' souls, Nana will serve you even if she has to be a cow or a horse. You did it, and you even helped Nana to purify the filth in her parents' souls. You also let Nana no longer have anything to worry about. This grace of rebirth can only be repaid with my life. If you insist on refusing, then Nana has nothing left to live for in this world, and can only leave this world forever." The other holy servants' faces were all pale, and their eyes were red and swollen from crying. They came behind Nana and kneeled down at the same time. "We are unable to repay the grace of rebirth. We are willing to follow you for life and serve you with our souls." Their experiences were almost the same as Nana's. After seeing that their loved ones' souls were finally freed, although they didn't know Yuhao before, their feelings towards him were unimaginable. Yuhao slapped his forehead with all his might. "This is really a headache. Here it comes again. Master, I also don't want to do this." But we have been enslaved for a long time, and almost all of us are orphans. In this world, we don't have any relatives anymore. If you don't want us, we don't even know what to do. I definitely can't go back to the academy. Master, please give us your orders. It would be good if he could point us in the right direction. Among the 8 of them, there are 4 soul ancestors and 4 soul kings. 4 of them are even soul engineers. If you aren't willing to take us in, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape the Holy Ghost religion's pursuit. Yuhao pondered for a moment, then said, "How about this? I won't refuse anymore. If you're really willing to follow me, I'll give you a token. In that case, I'll give you a keepsake. Leave Radiant City immediately and go to Shrek Academy to find someone called Bei Bei. He's my eldest senior, and he'll make the arrangements for you. However, you definitely won't be able to enter the Shrek Academy. I don't need you to know the reason. If you're willing, you can join our sect. Our sect is called Tangmen, and we've been around for 10,000 years. Tangmen's headquarters are temporarily located in Shrek City. As long as you can reach there, I can guarantee your safety. You don't have to swear loyalty to me or anything. After joining Tangmen, we'll be fellow disciples. We'll call each other senior and junior brothers." Nana revealed a look of joy in her eyes, but she didn't change the way she addressed him. Her body turned illusory, and she left Yuhao's hand and bowed down. "Thank you, Master. You don't have to call me Master. Then, I'll call you Young Master." Yuhao couldn't win against her in an argument, so he could only acquiesce. Chapter 51. This is troublesome. Yuhao laughed bitterly as he shook his head. He still didn't know whether the spirit in Wudong's body was a friend or foe. It seemed like he had to take things slowly. Over the next few days, Yuhao continued to cultivate with Tang Dong. Under Yuhao's guidance, Tang Dong successfully condensed his soul core and bloodline soul core. Yuhao naturally wouldn't hide anything from Tang Dong. One day, Yuhao sat cross-legged in his personal room. A red soul ring revolved around him continuously. Following this, a 2- or 3-year-old girl appeared on his shoulder and sat on it. 4 soul rings suddenly appeared and revolved neatly behind the red soul ring. These 4 soul rings weren't the basic colors of soul rings that everyone knew. Instead, they were orange-gold in color. Yuhao was trying to sense these 4 orange-gold soul rings. Yes, they're different from before. At this moment, a ball of icy blue light revolved around Yuhao. The icy blue light formed a flashy icy blue robe. There were even a few ice crystals embedded on the collar. The icy blue robe automatically draped over Yuhao's body. Instantly, Yuhao's aura became noble and extraordinary. What's this? A soul bone? How can there be a soul bone like this? Yuhao was speechless. "Daddy, don't you like the special soul bone I gave you?" Xiao Shui, who was sitting on his shoulder, said unhappily. "No, I'm just curious. This robe." Yuhao was stunned before he could finish his sentence. He carefully sensed for a moment, and realized that he couldn't sense his own aura. Yuhao took off the robe, and his aura appeared again. When he put it on again, his aura disappeared. "It conceals one's aura," Yuhao muttered. "Very good. I like this. Not only can it conceal one's aura, it has many other uses. Daddy, you can figure it out yourself." After that, Yuhao explained to Tang Dong about Xiao Shui so that Tang Dong wouldn't misunderstand. Yuhao's month-long break was about to end, and it was time for him to report to the Sun Moon Soul Engineering Academy. Just as he was about to return, Tang Dong passed him a pouch that Niu Tian had asked him to pass to him. Yuhao put it away, but he didn't open it. He seemed to know what was inside. He had to hurry back now. He still had to study for another half a year before he could return to Shrek Academy. Even though there was nothing left to learn, 4 months passed quickly. One day, Xian Ziwen was patrolling the illustrious Virtue Hall as usual. When he walked past Yuhao's lab table, he was stopped by him. Xian Ziwen smiled and said, Yuhao, you haven't taken the initiative to talk to me for at least a month. Do you finally have something to ask me? Yuhao said, Teacher Xian, can I look for you in your office tonight? Our exchange program is about to end, and I have something to tell you. Xian Ziwen was stunned. Yes. Looking at the time, this exchange program was about to end. Even though Yuhao hadn't interacted much with him over the past few months, Xian Ziwen had seen how serious he was in his research. Furthermore, he was an outstanding soul master. Which teacher wouldn't like such a student? All right. In Xian Ziwen's office. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Xian Ziwen asked as he looked at Yuhao, who had closed the door. Come, teacher, let's sit down and talk. Yuhao pulled out a chair for Xian Ziwen to sit. Teacher Xian, do you still remember our bet? Yuhao asked. Xian Ziwen said, Of course I do. Why? Can you produce 10 pieces of research of that caliber? Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. As long as you can produce them, I'll follow you wherever you want. Haha, what if I can tempt you with less than 3 of my research products? Yuhao laughed. Xian Ziwen was stunned. Yuhao had indeed produced something that could tempt him before. It was that soul grenade that wasn't meant for soul masters. Even now, he still wanted to obtain the energy circulation device inside it. Following this, Yuhao took out the Zhuge Divine crossbow cannon that had been sealed in a milk bottle. He passed it to Xian Ziwen. Xian Ziwen's eyes brightened. He was clearly attracted. The corner of Yuhao's mouth curled up. Yuhao said, Teacher, I know that you've been researching human-shaped soul tools. Right now, there are 2 factions. One is a small faction, and the other is a large faction. Teacher, you're from a small sect. Why don't you take a look at this? Yuhao finished speaking and unbuttoned his shirt. There was a button on his chest. Yuhao pressed it, and 18 rays of golden light suddenly flashed. With Xian Ziwen's eyesight, he could see them clearly. They were a headband, a breastplate, a left shoulder guard, a left upper gauntlet, a right upper gauntlet, a right upper gauntlet, a left lower gauntlet, a right lower gauntlet, a right lower gauntlet, a waist guard, a battle skirt, a left upper leg gauntlet, a right lower leg gauntlet, a right lower leg gauntlet, and a battle boot. 18 rays of light instantly flew towards Yuhao's body. One by one, they attached themselves to his body. The moment they were done, a pair of golden wings spread out from Yuhao's back. There was a large golden gem on his headband, and a golden mask protected his head. Yuhao looked like a shining golden armored man. His aura suddenly soared, causing Xian Ziwen to involuntarily tremble. This is... Xian Ziwen stared at the golden armored man in front of him in disbelief. The mask suddenly opened, revealing Yuhao's smiling face. What's wrong, Teacher Xian? Are you tempted? Quick, tell me. How did you do it? Also, what's the name of this thing? Xian Ziwen excitedly grabbed Yuhao's golden shoulders and shook them. This is something I've been working on for the past few days. It's just a prototype, and I haven't tested it yet. I call it battle armor. Great. What a great name. It's like turning a person into a soul tool. Xian Ziwen exclaimed excitedly. Teacher Xian, why don't you take a look at the third one? But I can't make it on my own. I only have the blueprints. Yuhao took out a blueprint and handed it to Xian Ziwen. Xian Ziwen held it in his hands and looked at it for a long time. Then, he took a deep breath. The way he looked at Yuhao suddenly changed. You're a madman. How could you think of such a blueprint? You don't have to say any more. I'll go with you. I'll help you make this thing in the future. Xian Ziwen agreed to leave with Yuhao. However, Yuhao told him to stay for a while longer before resigning. He told Xian Ziwen to look for him in Shrek City after resigning. After that, he went to use that thing from the original novel. Forget it, he couldn't remember it anyway. It was just that he added an energy circulation device to it, which attracted Jing Hongqin's attention. Jing Hongqin was in a hurry to buy it, but Yuhao swindled him in the end. A day passed very quickly. The exchange program for the Shrek Academy's exchange program finally came to an end. Out of consideration for their reputation, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy held a farewell ceremony. Jing Hongqin was there personally. On the Shrek Academy's side, Fan Yu led the team. Yuhao, He Kaitu, Yi Shaoxing and the other students stood in a row. They had changed back into the Shrek Academy's uniform early in the morning. This meant that they were about to leave and return to their alma mater. Jing Hongqin gave a passionate speech during the farewell ceremony. There wasn't much change in his expression, and he seemed very calm. It was as if he had already forgotten about the unpleasantness between him and Yuhao the day before. He even smiled at Yuhao, as if he was very satisfied with Yuhao. Yuhao gave him some face and didn't mention what happened yesterday. Everything developed according to the original plot. Su Tianran came and gave Jing Hongqin the rare resources. Jing Hongqin also successfully exchanged the blueprints with Yuhao. Of course, he did some tricks, but he didn't get the blueprints for the energy circulation device. Jing Hongqin didn't reveal anything. After all, it was only a matter of time before they arrived at Maple Leaf City for the exchange. Xiao Hongqin and Meng Hongqin immediately looked at Yuhao, but Yuhao just smiled at them. After that, he didn't say anything. What else did he want? Did he want to say goodbye to them? That's impossible. Okay, the exchange was a success. Yuhao told Yan Xiaozhe and the others that he might make a move on the way back. After a simple lunch, Fan Yu led He Kaitu, Yi Shaoxing and the other students out under Yan Xiaozhe's instructions. Yan Xiaozhe and Xian Lin arrested for a while with Yuhao. However, they slowly left Maple Leaf City and walked towards the Shrek Academy. They slowed down mainly because they wanted to increase the distance between them and those in front of them. After around an hour, Yuhao suddenly said, "They're here." Yan Xiaozhe and Xian Lin instantly became alert. The weather today was very good, and the sky was clear and boundless. However, at this moment, the sky changed in the distance. A large patch of dark clouds was drifting towards them at an alarming speed. Furthermore, the dark clouds seemed to be expanding continuously. It felt as if they were about to destroy a city. Xian Lin snorted coldly. Her body shook, and she slipped out of Yan Xiaozhe's protective soul power. Her flying-type soul tool also lowered its output as it floated in midair. Yan Xiaozhe stayed beside Yuhao. The dense patch of dark clouds was moving faster and faster. The closer it was, the more one could see how huge it was. The dark clouds gradually took shape in the sky and turned into the shape of a huge tiger's head. A thunderous voice sounded. "Yan Xiaozhe, do you still remember your old friend?" Yan Xiaozhe squinted his eyes. "Zhang Peng, you're not dead yet. Are you prepared for me to take care of you today?" "Yan Xiaozhe, your mouth is still as foul as ever. Let's see who's going to take care of who today." The huge tiger head let out a deafening roar. A frightening aura was instantly unleashed, and engulfed Yuhao and the others. At this moment, Xian Lin moved. She looked into the sky and let out a long roar. Her figure flashed, and she shot into the sky. Blazing flames were released from her body. These flames were green, and Xian Lin was growing taller. On the other hand, Xian Lin's body was growing taller. In the blink of an eye, she was already more than 5 meters tall, and there was an additional layer of green armor on her body. In addition, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings rose from her feet. Her enlarged body seemed to have become younger, like a young lady in her 20s. She also had a heroic aura that was filled with fighting spirit. Martial God Doluo Xian Lin, a black-clothed elder appeared. It was Scorpion Tiger Doluo Zhang Peng. "Didn't the two of you break up? Why are you still together with a hypocrite like Yan Xiaozhe? Zhang Peng, you actually dare to appear in the human world. Have you forgotten how Elder Mu let you off?" Xian Lin pointed her spear forward and questioned him furiously. Zhang Ping said, "Of course I remember. I'm indebted to Elder Mu for letting me off. I've always remembered this kindness. I've never appeared in the human world when Elder Mu was alive. Now that Elder Mu is gone, he's dead. That kindness has restricted my freedom for so many years. No one can restrict me anymore. I naturally have to appear in the human world again. I won't make things difficult for you and Yen Xiaozhe on account of our friendship back then. The two of you can leave now, but leave that kid behind." Yen Xiaozhe smiled and said, "Zhang Peng, you're getting worse and worse. You actually colluded with the Sun Moon Empire and found yourself a good boss." Zhang Peng was furious. "Nonsense, nonsense. I don't know anything about the Sun Moon Empire. I don't even know anything about the illustrious Virtue Hall. Hurry up and hand him over. Then, all of you can scram." Xian Lin's eyes shone with a cold light. "Aren't you afraid that you'll bite your tongue? I want to see how you can make us scram." As she spoke, she shouted, and her body flashed through the air like a bolt of green lightning. She arrived in front of Zhang Peng in the next instant. She pointed her battle spear forward, and a thunderous boom rang out in the air as a gigantic green dragon projection flashed behind Xian Lin's back. The tip of her spear was already in front of Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng clasped his hands in front of his chest, and a black ball of light immediately appeared in his palms. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings quickly rose from beneath his feet. His 9 soul rings actually took turns to release a halo of light. The black ball of light blocked the tip of Xian Lin's spear. "Fighting is too boring. Let's dance instead." Yuhao looked in a certain direction. "Senior, since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Yen Xiaozhe was shocked. He sensed carefully and really discovered a trace of aura. "Ah, no wonder you're the last disciple of the dragon god, Dolu. Your senses are so strong." An old voice rang out, and a crack suddenly appeared in midair. A figure walked out from within. He was also an old man, but his appearance was much better than Doluo and Zhang Peng. The old man was tall, and his silver hair was combed neatly. His face was as red as a baby's, and his long eyebrows hung on both sides of his face. His hands were behind his back. He quietly floated in midair, and didn't release any soul power undulations at all. However, the soul power undulations released by Xian Lin and Zhang Peng's battle automatically dissipated when they were 10 meters away from him. They couldn't even reach him. Yen Xiaozhe's expression turned serious. It wasn't just because this old man mentioned Elder Mu when he appeared. It was also because he didn't recognize this old man. With Yen Xiaozhe's age and his status as the dean of the Shrek Academy's Martial Soul Department, he had seen most of the famous titled Doluo on the continent. However, not only did he sense extreme danger from this old man, but he also couldn't recognize him. The old man smiled and looked at Yen Xiaozhe and Yuhao. "I haven't left the mountain for many years. Most of my friends are no longer around. Even Elder Mu has passed away. What a pity. I'm here today for you and this little fellow. I want to see if the dragon god Doluo's disciple has truly inherited Elder Mu's legacy. I also want to take this little fellow's storage ring. My name is Xiaoyao the dragon. What about you, little fellow?" Yuhao said, neither arrogant nor impatient. When Yen Xiaozhe heard Xiaoyao's name, he lost his voice and said, You're Dragon Emperor Doluo's dragon Xiaoyao? You're still alive?" Xiaoyao the dragon smiled and said, "Yes. This old man was still alive. It's a pity that Mu passed away before me." As he spoke until here, his eyes revealed a tinge of sadness. The relaxed look on Yen Xiaozhe's face disappeared at this moment. He didn't expect that there would be such a powerful individual among the people that Jing Hongchen had sent to intercept them. Who was Xiaoyao the dragon? He was the Darkness Holy Dragon, who was known as the twin Holy Dragons of Black and White. Dragon Emperor Doluo, Dragon Xiaoyao, Dragon God Doluo, and Muin. Xiaoyao, the dragon's martial soul, was the darkness holy dragon. Together with Elder Mu's radiant holy dragon, they were the two extremes of darkness and light among dragon-type martial souls. Back then, their cultivations were on par with each other. For some reason, Dragon Emperor Doluo, the dragon Xiaoyao, suddenly disappeared. When he disappeared from the continent, Yan Xiaozhe wasn't even born yet. Naturally, he hadn't seen this powerful individual before. Elder Long, do you want to check this place? Yan Xiaozhe furrowed his brows. Xiaoyao the dragon said, I've been entrusted with this task. I owe him a huge favor, and I have no choice but to be used by him. How about this? You can take 3 of my attacks and hand over that little fellow's storage ring. Then you can leave. I'll spare your lives, but that little girl will have to stay here. How are you a senior if you bully a junior? Yuhao said. Junior brother, don't spout nonsense. Elder Long is as famous as teacher. He possesses the Black Dragon martial soul, and is known as the Black and White Dragons. He's also known as the Dragon Emperor. You can say that he's one of the strongest remaining soul masters. Yan Xiaozhe had an anxious look on his face. Junior brother? Are you also Muin's disciple? Xiaoyao the dragon didn't have any reaction to Yuhao's words. Instead, he was surprised by his identity. That's right. I'm teacher's last disciple. You're at least 200 years older than me. If you were the same age as me, you wouldn't be my match. If teacher was still alive, how would you dare to make a move against the people from the Shrek Academy? Yuhao didn't give him any face. Although he didn't hate Dragon Emperor Doluo, and even admired him, he had to continue acting. Xiaoyao the dragon squinted his eyes and focused on the vertical eye on Yuhao's forehead. Third eye. It's a very unique martial soul and feeling. You said that I'm bullying you. Fine. How about you attack me instead? I'll only use rank 50 soul power like you. As long as you can make me move half a minute on the spot, I'll consider it your win. I don't want that storage ring on your hand either. I didn't expect Muin to take in such a small disciple as he's nearing his end. I'm very curious. What kind of ability attracted him? Yes, Yuhao had suppressed his cultivation. Even Dragon Emperor Doluo was fooled. Yuhao placed his hands on his hips and said, Then hurry up and come down. Xiaoyao the dragon seemed to be very interested in him. He couldn't help but laugh. I forgot that you can't float in the air. Alright, let's go down then. Before the battle, Yuhao had made a bet with Xiaoyao that he could turn the tide of the battle. Xiaoyao the dragon didn't believe it at first, but the result shocked him. Yuhao borrowed the power of necromancy magic and drew upon the light of the sun to sublimate those beast souls. Just like that, war god Doluo won. Who are you? What kind of power did you use? How did you make my beast souls disappear? Doluo the scorpion tiger looked at Yuhao in shock. At this moment, he could already feel that the power that caused his heart to palpitate was completely suppressing his attribute. I only drew upon the light of the sun, Yuhao said. Xiaoyao the dragon came in front of Yuhao again. This time, he looked at the child in front of him with even more focus. It's not as simple as the power of light. It seems to be a special kind of energy that can make souls fear. I've lost. I'll keep my promise and protect the lives of the 3 of you. But can you tell me the name of the power you used just now? Even Muin wouldn't be able to have that kind of power. Looking at the Dragon Emperor Doluo's deep gaze, Yuhao said seriously, Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. That's the power of purification. It can purify all the darkness and filth in the world. The power of purification. What a great power of purification. I didn't expect you to have such a gift. But from what I can feel, your attribute doesn't seem to be something like light or holy. Interesting. A bit interesting. The sound you made just now should be the ability to resonate with the light element. It's the first time I've seen such an ability. Let's go, little guy. Let me see how many more strange feelings you can give me. Xiaoyao the dragon's eyes flickered with a strange light. Xiaoyao the dragon looked at Yuhao and smiled faintly, saying, "Come, little guy. I'll let you attack freely 3 times. You can use all your abilities. I won't fight back. As long as you can make me move even a little or use the power of my martial soul, you win. How about it? I'll only use soul power of the same rank as yours to defend myself. Be careful. Don't let me beat you into oblivion." Yuhao stretched his body and said, "Ah, what an interesting little guy. How did you beat me into oblivion?" Xiaoyao the dragon laughed with his hands behind his back. Yuhao's lips curled, and he instantly unleashed his Ice Dragon King martial soul. Ice blue dragon wings, dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon tail, and dragon horns. Yuhao seemed to have turned into a dragon man. He released 1 red and 4 orange soul rings. His frightening dragons might made the 4 Dolua experts, who had beast souls, fearful. This was especially so for Xian Lin and the dragon Xiaoyao. Because they had dragon martial souls, they actually felt a sense of submission. This is the Ice Dragon King? One of the 9 great dragon kings. Xiaoyao the dragon's expression changed once again. He was extremely astonished. His martial soul was the Darkness Holy Dragon, which was only a branch of the Black Dragon clan. However, Yuhao had the bloodline of the Ice Dragon clan. Furthermore, he had a royal bloodline. How could he not be astonished? Yuhao had already won in terms of the quality of his martial soul. The only difference was his cultivation. More importantly, Yuhao's frightening combination of soul rings was simply too unbelievable. 1 red and 4 orange gold soul rings. What kind of combination was this? What the hell were orange gold soul rings? Ice Dragon King, orange gold soul rings. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Xiaoyao the dragon muttered. Yuhao had already made his move. He retracted his right fist and poured all of his strength and the power of ice into his right fist. Then, he attacked Xiaoyao the dragon. Feeling the frightening pressure coming towards him, Xiaoyao the dragon actually had the urge to dodge immediately. It was as if he would be half crippled if he were to take a hit. Before Xiaoyao the dragon could dodge, a 3-meter-long golden spear shot out from Yuhao's third eye. Danger? Xiaoyao the dragon actually felt danger. Xiaoyao the dragon wanted to move, but the feeling of submission still hadn't subsided. He simply couldn't move a single step. Left with no choice, Xiaoyao the dragon could only make a move. He grabbed the golden spear with both hands, but the moment the spear touched his hand, he felt a frightening devouring power devouring his soul power and life force. Xiaoyao the dragon hurriedly let go, but Yuhao was already in front of him. He grabbed the spear with his left hand and flicked it upwards. The tip of the spear sliced through Xiaoyao's black robes. Yuhao's right fist, which had been accumulating power for a long time, instantly smashed towards Xiaoyao's chest. Dodge? It's too late. Xiaoyao the dragon let out a low roar. He immediately released his martial soul and his own soul power to defend himself. His pitch-black dragon wings protected his body. Boom! Xiaoyao the dragon's body flew back 100 meters under everyone's astonished gazes. He even knocked down several large trees. Cough cough. Ah! So strong. Amazing. Truly amazing. As expected of the Frost Dragon King. As expected of Mu-In's last disciple. Xiaoyao the dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed towards the sky. He patted the dirt off his body and looked at his chest, which was covered in a layer of frost. Even with the black dragon protecting his body, he was still able to hit me. As expected of the Frost Dragon King, Xiaoyao the dragon flashed and arrived in front of Yuhao. Little fellow, I've lost. I'm willing to accept my loss. I don't want your ring anymore. You can leave too, Xiaoyao the dragon said. Senior Long. Zhang Ping still wanted to say something, but Xiaoyao the dragon glared at him. Zhang Ping immediately cowered. Yuhao the dragon waved his slightly heavy right hand. Thank you for letting me win. Yan Xiaozhe and Xian Lin reacted very quickly. They immediately left with Yuhao, Senior Long. Are you really going to let him go? Didn't the sovereign sex master ask you to take that child away? According to the information from the branch's soul, that child is very likely to be the legendary Holy Son. Zhang Ping said. Cut the crap. I've always been a man of my word. If I let them go, I'll definitely let them go. As for Shishui, I'll explain it to him myself. With that, he disappeared from where he was. Chapter 52. When he returned to Shrek, Elder Xian found out that the dragon Xiaoyao had been reborn. He immediately felt immense pressure. It seemed like he had to cultivate properly for a while. He said to Yuhao, Yuhao, you'll stay in the Poseidon Pavilion for the time being. I'll arrange a place for you after the event is over in a few days. Your dormitory in Poseidon Island has been given to someone else. Event? Yuhao was slightly taken aback. He immediately thought of something. Wasn't it the time for the outer courtyard to enter the inner courtyard in a few days? Furthermore, if he didn't remember wrongly, the Poseidon blind date was about to begin. Elder Xian, Dean Yen, I don't have to participate in the inner courtyard examination, right? You're already the youngest member of the Poseidon Pavilion. Furthermore, you're the pavilion master of the Poseidon Pavilion. Of course you don't have to. However, if you want to display your abilities during the examination, that's fine too. Let's see, you're already 16 years old, right? Yan Xiaozhe said. Yes, I can consider it. Alright, Elder Xian, Dean Yen, I'll take my leave. I haven't been back for a long time. I want to take a walk around. Go on. In Shrek City, Yuhao held his head in his hands as he walked on the streets without a care in the world. Sometimes it was good to relax a little. Ah! Yuhao's voice and a girl's voice rang out at the same time. A beautiful figure was knocked to the ground by him. Yuhao also staggered a step back. He subconsciously wanted to help the person he'd knocked to the ground. However, he saw an 18-year-old girl. Her black shirt and skirt accentuated her enchanting figure. Her black eyes were very enchanting. Her black hair reached her waist, and a veil covered her face. However, one could tell at a glance that she had a face that could topple the world. She had a very domineering and imposing aura, and a trace of danger. He stared blankly at the girl, and the girl stared blankly back at him. The girl was the first to come to her senses. I'm sorry. After apologizing, she immediately turned around and ran away. Wait. Elder sister, no. Cheer. Yuhao changed the way he addressed her and hurriedly called out. The girl's body stiffened slightly, but then she sped up and disappeared from Yuhao's sight, leaving behind a stunned Yuhao. Why did you leave when you saw me? Cheer, it's clearly you, but why does it feel a little different? It's Chior, but there are a lot of things that are a little different. Yuhao muttered as he watched the girl leave. He looked at the handkerchief on the ground and picked it up. Why did you lose it again? How careless of me. I used to be like this too. In the dark, the beautiful black figure stared at Yuhao's departing figure. The excitement in her eyes could not be concealed. This concubine has finally found you. But in the next moment, her long black hair and eyes turned golden. She hugged her head and roared crazily, Who are you? When did you enter my body? Get out of my body. What do you want to do to him? Then, she turned black again. Don't be so agitated. This concubine perished together with that stupid woman 10,000 years ago and reincarnated into your body. That's right, I'm that little kitten. In the end, you fused with the you of that time, so this concubine fused with you. In a sense, this concubine is you. If you chase me out, something will happen to you. What do you want? Nothing, don't worry. This concubine won't hurt you. No. I'm asking why you looked at him so strangely just now. This concubine can't answer you. I'll tell you when I decide. Then let me ask you one last question. Who are you? Who am I? This concubine is just a crazy woman, a woman who is crazy enough to destroy an entire universe for the person she likes, that's all. Tangmen. The main entrance of Tangmen was 30 feet tall, and there was a huge plaque hanging above it. The two words, Tangmen, hung high above it. Yuhao was just outside the door. It had been a long time since he came back. How nostalgic. He couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was about to push the door open, the door of Tangmen opened and a person walked out. She happened to come face to face with Yuhao. She was an 18-year-old girl. Although she wasn't devastatingly beautiful, she was definitely top-notch. Her wine-red hair flowed down her back, and she was wearing a maid's outfit. She even had cat ears on her forehead, white stockings, and black maid's shoes. This was an alluring outfit. In addition to the girl's beauty, she would definitely make any man drool. Of course, except for Yuhao, who was actually older than the universe. Yuhao looked at the girl in disbelief. Nana? Why are you dressed like this? That's right. Wasn't the girl who appeared in front of Yuhao Nana? Nana was pleasantly surprised to see him. She quickly took 2 steps forward and knelt on one knee. Welcome back, young master. Yuhao hurried over to pull her up from the ground. Didn't I tell you? You don't have to call me young master anymore. Just call me Yuhao. However, Nana knelt on the ground. Her eyes were slightly red and tears finally fell from the corners of her eyes. No. Young master, please accept Nana's kowtow. Nana will never forget young master's kindness of giving her a new lease of life. Ever since young master recommended Nana to Tangmen, Nana finally understood what happiness was. Young master, not only did you release my parents' souls, you also gave Nana a new life. In this life, Nana was willing to be a slave or a maid to serve young master well. I will definitely repay young master's kindness. Yuhao was stunned. He didn't know what to do. She was really too stubborn. He couldn't persuade her in the past, and he still couldn't persuade her now. You don't have to call me young master. You don't owe me anything. I didn't save you to make you my slave. I did it to help you, Yuhao said. Nana didn't say anything. She just looked at Yuhao seriously. Yuhao shook his head helplessly. Do you have something to do? Go quickly. I'm going to see eldest senior brother and the others, Yuhao said. Yes. Young master. Nana said respectfully to Yuhao. You really don't have to call me that. Yuhao said and went in. Nana looked at Yuhao and smiled. Her smile was very bright. No one can persuade Nana once she has decided on something. Young master, you will be Nana's young master for the rest of your life. In the conference hall, there were 3 people in the conference hall. One of them was Hikaitu, who had returned earlier than Yuhao. Opposite Hikaitu stood 2 youths. The person on the left was 9 meters tall. He had broad shoulders and a broad back. He looked dignified, and his tall and sturdy figure gave off a feeling that he was as stable as a mountain. The person on the right was dressed in a long robe and had a faint smile on his handsome face. His eyes were deep and his long hair was simply draped over his shoulders. Compared to the person on the left, he did not look as heroic as he did, but he had a more scholarly and refined aura. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother. I'm back. Yuhao greeted them as soon as he entered. The 2 of them were Bei Bei and Su Sanshur. When the 3 of them saw Yuhao, they were naturally overjoyed. They hurried forward to welcome him, along with Hikaitu. The 4 of them immediately hugged each other. The 4 of them couldn't control their excitement for a long time. It took them a lot of effort to restrain themselves. Bei Bei smiled at Yuhao and said, Little junior brother, you're finally back. We missed you so much. 2.5 years. A whole 2.5 years. Yes, yes. I can't even eat when you're not around, Su Sancher said with a cheeky smile. I think you're not thinking about little junior brother at all. You're thinking about his culinary skills, right? Bei Bei said unhappily. That's not it. I missed Yuhao a lot too. Su Sancher laughed. Yuhao looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. Since that's the case, let's show off some of my skills. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, right? Ha ha ha. Alright. Little junior brother, you have to cook more. It's too little, it's not enough. You only know how to eat. What? You're asking me to attend the Poseidon blind date? Yuhao was a little stunned as he ate the delicacies that he had cooked. Yes. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to find a partner, Su Sancher said as he chewed on the delicacies. What do you mean by not young anymore? Watch your words. Bei Bei smacked him, almost causing him to choke. Yuhao took a bite of the grilled fish. The Poseidon blind date. He thought for a moment, then said, Got it. I'll go. You definitely won't expect this, but there's someone who'll surprise you. Bei Bei had a mysterious smile on his face. Yuhao smiled as he shook his head. Bei Bei didn't need to say anything, but he knew what was going on. He probably knew that Tang Dong was a girl. I think that if little junior brother attends the Poseidon blind date, it won't just be girls chasing after him. There might even be guys. Su Sancher joked. Su Sancher, what are you talking about? Bei Bei snapped. I'm not wrong. Yuhao looks even more feminine than a girl. He might as well kill both men and women. Crack! The sound of a bowl being crushed could be heard. Su Sancher suddenly felt a black aura emerge from Yuhao's back. Kill both men and women. That sounds nice. Third senior brother. Yuhao smiled as he squinted his eyes. Coupled with the black aura behind him, Su Sancher instantly shuddered, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Little junior brother. Calm down. We're not joking, right? Don't take it seriously. Crack! The chopsticks in Yuhao's hand had already been crushed. We haven't exercised for a long time. How about third senior brother and junior brother Lian? The scene was a little bloody. The next day, in Shrek's canteen, Poseidon Pavilion's canteen was very lively today. There were close to 30 students eating in the canteen. Furthermore, the food was much more abundant than before. There were also 2 large wooden barrels of grape wine placed at the side for the students to use. Yuhao picked up a wine glass and poured himself a glass of grape wine. He took a small sip. The taste was passable, although it wasn't as pure as the wine that he personally brewed, it was still pretty good. At this moment, Yuhao? A low voice rang out from behind him. Yuhao turned around and saw the person who had called out to him. His originally lazy gaze suddenly became a little sharp. It was a tall youth who was much taller than him. I can't afford to offend a kid who's 7 meters tall. He had broad shoulders and a broad back. His long blonde hair was very neat. However, his expression was somewhat gloomy. His gaze was somewhat cold as he looked at Yuhao. He also held a glass of grape wine in his hand. His eyes shone with a cold light. Yo! Long time no see. Dai Huabin. Yuhao took the initiative to greet him, then took another sip of grape wine. Dai Huabin walked up to him and took a sip of grape wine. When did you come back? A few days ago, Yuhao said as he swirled the grape wine in his glass. You'll be attending the Poseidon blind date tomorrow, right? Dai Huabin asked. Yuhao only nodded. He didn't say anything. Dai Huabin said, I didn't plan to attend. Zhu Lu hasn't entered the inner courtyard yet. But since you're going, I'll attend too. Shall we make a bet? I'm not betting. Yuhao took a sip of wine and walked to one side. Are you scared? Dai Huabin raised his eyebrows. The light in his eyes grew brighter. Yuhao turned his head and looked him up and down. Then he said, "No." "Then why don't you dare to bet?" Dai Huabin said aggressively. Huiyuhao's lips curled. He smiled and said, "What right do you have to bet with me? What's more, do you think you'll win?" Dai Huabin fell silent. His eyes were bloodshot, and the muscles on his cheeks were bulging. However, the grape wine in his hand was unusually steady. Dai Huabin regained his calm. He said coldly, "Whether I'm qualified or not, and whether I can win or not, I'll see you at the Poseidon blind date tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he turned around and strode away. Watching him leave, Huiyuhao shook his head and sighed. Dai Huabin really didn't have the right to bet with him. Huiyuhao put the unfinished grape wine back on the table. "You're not even in the mood to drink anymore. Let's go out and get some fresh air." He walked to the edge of Poseidon Lake. He looked at the sparkling surface of the lake. "Sister," he murmured. He looked at Poseidon Lake and suddenly thought of Ma Xiaotao. Didn't he and Ma Xiaotao meet at Poseidon Lake? He missed her. He didn't know how his sister was doing. But with the heavenly flames she should be fine, right? Unknowingly, he had fallen asleep by the lakeside. At this moment, a white gold figure appeared beside him. Her white gold hair shone under the moonlight, and her face was covered by a 3-foot-long white veil bamboo hat. She wore a white dress that accentuated her perfect figure. She was about to reach out her hand to help him up, but she was stunned for a long time. She didn't make the next move. Behind her, 2 girls who were dressed exactly like her walked out. "It's better if you don't wake him up. He's too tired," said one of the girls with wavy blonde hair. The other girl with a petite figure nodded. The platinum-haired girl clenched her hands, then slowly opened them. She crouched down and touched Huiyuhao's face. After a long time, she slowly got up and said in a very pleasant voice, "Let's go." The 3 of them disappeared into the night. The next day, Huiyuhao woke up. He seemed to have fallen asleep here yesterday. He looked at the sun in the sky. It was already leaning towards the west. If it was leaning towards the west, it would be afternoon. He hurried to the dormitory in the inner courtyard and bumped into Bei Bei, He Kaitu, and Su Sanshur. However, there were 2 band-aids on his face. Yes, everyone knew where they came from. "Little junior brother, did you just wake up?" Bei Bei asked with a smile. Huiyuhao was a little embarrassed. "I did just wake up. I haven't slept so well in a long time. Maybe it's because I'm home, so I slept so well." He Kaitu nodded and said, "I feel the same way. I slept so well last night. Sleeping is so much better than meditation." Su Sanshur rolled his eyes and said, "You slept so well, but the 2 of us were miserable. Your snoring almost caused the ceiling to collapse." Bei Bei sighed and said, "I have to thank Kaitu. At least I temporarily forgot about Xiao Ye when he was snoring like thunder." Do you guys have any humanity? Is it so exaggerated?" He Kaitu said indignantly. Yes. Bei Bei and Su Sanshur nodded in tacit understanding. It was obvious that the 2 of them had suffered quite a bit last night. Huiyuhao smiled helplessly. The sky gradually darkened. Perhaps it was because the Poseidon fete and blind date was about to begin, but the Poseidon Island, which was surrounded by Lake Poseidon, faintly exuded a charming and gentle aura. On the island, students from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, who were wearing red uniforms, started to gather in the direction of the Poseidon fete and blind date. All the students who gathered were male students, but not a single female student could be seen. The lake was pitch black, and it was very difficult to see anything amidst the mist. At this moment, a large boat came from afar. The boat was brightly lit. The students from the inner courtyard naturally recognized it. It was the largest boat on Poseidon Lake. At this moment, the boat was already filled with people. There were actually 6 or 7 elders of the Poseidon Pavilion on the boat. The pavilion master of the Poseidon Pavilion, Elder Xian, the dean of the Martial Soul Department, Yen Xiaozhe, and the Vice Dean of the Martial Soul Department, Kai Mei the Dean of the Soul Tool Department, Xian Lin the Vice Dean of the Qian Duo, and Fan Yu were all present. There were also many teachers. The large boat didn't row towards them. Instead, it stopped at the center of the lake. At this moment, rays of light suddenly shot out from the lake. As the light rippled, 17 rays of light appeared first. Wow! Some of the male students on the shore exclaimed in admiration. The 17 rays of light were all faint golden. Every ray of light that drilled out of the lake had a young girl wearing a white dress standing there. All 17 girls wore the same dress, and they wore the same conical bamboo hat on their head. A 3-foot-long white veil draped down, completely concealing their faces. Under the contrast of the faint golden light, they looked like fairies on the lake. Their otherworldly beauty was extremely dazzling. The 17 girls stood in a row, facing the shore. They just stood there quietly. Some of the male students on the shore couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, 2 white rays of light that were even stronger lit up, and 2 figures appeared. On the left was Bei, who was wearing a white robe. On the right was Zhang Lishuan, the eldest senior sister of the Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, who was wearing a yellow dress. Bei's voice spread far and wide. Poseidon Lake, the Poseidon Fate, the 10,000-year Shrek, the moment of love. Welcome everyone to Poseidon Lake on this beautiful night. The annual Poseidon Fate and Blind Date is about to begin. As the host of this event, I represent myself and eldest senior sister to wish all the students from the inner courtyard who are participating in the Poseidon Fate and Blind Date today that they will be able to find their true love. At the same time, I would also like to welcome the elders and teachers of the Poseidon Pavilion who are here today. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to all the teachers here on behalf of the students. Without your patience and help, we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. After he finished speaking, he placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly in the direction of the ferry. The head of the Poseidon Pavilion, Elder Xian, smiled and nodded towards Bei. He raised his hand to indicate that Bei could continue. Next, all the male students participating in today's Poseidon Fate and Blind Date, please prepare yourselves. In a moment, 39 pillars of light will appear in the lake. The students closest to us Poseidon fairies will be the first to enter the first segment. The students at the back might not be able to obtain a suitable ranking in the first segment. Therefore, everyone must be careful. No matter what method you use, as long as you land on the water lily leaf where the pillar of light is, you will be considered to have obtained a spot. However, do not fall into the water. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from participating in this year's Poseidon Fate and Blind Date. Most of the male students on the shore were eager to give it a try. Among these people, one of them was wearing a large blue cloak with a hood covering his head. Even his face was covered with a blue butterfly-shaped mask. This kind of attire was obviously very attractive. Many people came forward to talk to him, but that person ignored them. What's going on? Why are you being so secretive about it? That was what almost everyone was thinking. Dai Huabin, who was in the crowd, kept looking at him. This person's aura was definitely not wrong. It was him. On the stage, Bei also glanced at the blue-cloaked person. He felt a little helpless in his heart. Why did junior brother make himself so mysterious? Yes, this person was Yuhao. He'd said that it was better to maintain a sense of mystery when participating in this event. Therefore, he dressed up like this. Yes, he did indeed have a sense of mystery. Everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1. Bei had already started the countdown. Begin. 39 pillars of light suddenly shot out from the lake's surface. These 39 pillars of light were arranged in 3 neat rows. Every row was about 5 meters apart, and they were evenly distributed on the lake's surface, about 100 meters away from the female students. They were about 200 meters away from the shore. The ones who had the greatest advantage were naturally soul masters with flying martial souls. Fortunately, among the 39 male students, there were only 4 of them who were like this. The 4 students released their martial souls and soared into the sky, flying towards the lake at full speed. Their soul rings shone in all directions, and they were especially clear on the lake's surface after the night had fallen. They were all 7-ringed soul sages. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings. All of them had the best combination of soul rings. The other 2 had 6-ringed cultivations. Similarly, they had the best combination of soul rings. Everyone was scrambling to get a good spot. In the next moment, many of the male students cried out in surprise. This was because they saw the cloaked person running on the water. Yes, it was as if he was running on the ground. Furthermore, he didn't cause any ripples. How did he do it? Running on the water was as if he was running on the ground. Even the 17 Poseidon fairies were astonished. On the ship, he didn't use any soul power. This child has become so strong. Elder Xian exclaimed in admiration. Yes. Even titled Doloa soul sages like us can't run on the lake without using any soul power. Yan Xiaozhi said. They didn't know that Yuhao had only used a type of qigong that was commonly used in the underworld. The first Dai had taught him many things in the past. It wasn't surprising that they didn't know. After all, qigong didn't seem to exist on the continent of Dolu. Yuhao, who was wearing a cloak, landed on the last water lily in the first row. He didn't want to fight for the first water lily, as that would be meaningless. He could just casually pick a spot in the first row. Furthermore, the first water lily had been snatched by a certain woman who had used the mysterious underworld displacement. Bei said, Poseidon Lake, Poseidon Fate. Tonight, it's time for the annual Poseidon Fate and blind date. I believe everyone has been waiting for this for a long time. The blind date is split into 5 segments. Everyone, please be prepared. Let me emphasize that once you fall into the water, you'll be eliminated, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman. Zhang Lishuan continued, Tonight, we'll also choose the most beautiful Poseidon fairy and the happiest male student. However, the first thing you have to do is to remove the veils of the sea gods' fairies. Alright, let's begin the first segment. Appreciation for each other. Starting from the left side of the first row, every male student can unleash their abilities to their heart's content. However, don't go overboard. Otherwise, if a female student can't help but attack you, I'll have to pretend that I'm innocent. I can only pretend that I didn't see anything. Just write Yuhao's name. Let's welcome the next male student, Yuhao, Zhang Lishuan said. Yuhao stepped forward and stopped on the lake's surface. He couldn't sink at all. Can you take off your cloak and mask? Junior Yuhao, Zhang Lishuan said helplessly. Does this kid like to be mysterious or shy? It's not impossible. Yuhao's voice was very pleasant. It even sounded a little like a girl's voice. Yuhao took off his cloak and blue butterfly mask, revealing his devilish appearance. He flicked his icy blue hair and looked at the stunned male and female students. There were only 2 words in their minds. Too handsome, beautiful? Yes. Yuhao was simply too handsome, beautiful. His appearance was the envy of all the male and female students. It was as if he was the most outstanding work of art by the heavens. Say, Junior, why don't you go over to the fairies? Some of the male students even said such things. I knew it, Yuhao thought to himself. He glanced at those people and waved his right hand. The lake water beneath their feet started to freeze, freezing them in an instant. Look carefully, I'm your junior. Not your junior. Yuhao pointed at his chest and said. The ahog on his head swayed slightly. It was obvious that he was angry. However, his voice sounded a little like a girl's. Coupled with his actions, some of the male students thought that he was a cute little boy. However, he was a terrifyingly strong little boy. He could turn into an ice sculpture with a wave of his hand. What kind of monster is this? It's too scary. Seniors, I'm going to make a move, Yuhao reminded them. Yuhao is the youngest male student to participate in the Poseidon blind date. Sisters, please go easy on him. Zhang Lishuan still felt that it was better to remind them. Yuhao was a little speechless. Go easy on him? I think it's better for me to go easy on him. Am I young? Although I look 16 on the surface, my actual age is older than all the universes combined. Little brother, how old are you this year? Why are you participating in the blind date? Come and take off Sister Ruoro's cloak. Sister Ruoro likes little boys the most. Wu Ming, whose cloak had been taken off, laughed. Ming'er, do you want to die? Han Ruoro was very embarrassed as she pouted. The entire place was filled with laughter again. Yuhao was a little speechless. Do you think I'm a little boy? That's because you guys haven't seen a truly adorable little Shota. A certain first generation was unjustly implicated. Xiao Shui. Yuhao shouted softly. Suddenly, an orange-gold light shone from his body. The light flashed, and the 3-year-old Xiao Shui appeared in front of Yuhao. She had snow-white skin and long hair. Her chubby little face had a tinge of mischief. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with her white little hands. She looked like she hadn't woken up yet. Wow, you already have a child and you're still here for the blind date? One of the female students shouted. Yuhao's mouth twitched. Have you ever seen a 16-year-old father? At this moment, Han Ruoro said, Don't spout nonsense. That's not an ordinary child. She looked at Xiao Shui with fear. That little girl gave her a dangerous aura. Yuhao patted her head gently. The snow girl looked at the light around her and blinked her eyes. Her sleepiness instantly disappeared, and a trace of excitement appeared in her deep blue eyes. I see, I understand now. A tender voice sounded. She sounded very cute. Ah, she can actually talk. The female student from before shouted. Xiao Shui flew in front of Han Ruoro and tapped her chest with her hands. Big sister, can you take off your cloak? Han Ruoro was completely captivated by Xiao Shui's charms. Although she knew that Xiao Shui was very strong, she was too cute right now. She took off her cloak and hugged Xiao Shui. She patted her head and pinched her cheeks. The other girls also surrounded Xiao Shui and teased her. Some of them even took off their cloaks. Apart from some of the girls who resisted, Xiao Shui almost went berserk. She was the Snow Empress, but she was being treated like a toy. How could she accept this? If it was Yuhao, she wouldn't have anything to say. However, it was a little too much for them. The guys weren't the only ones who were petrified when they saw the messy girls. The elders and teachers on the ship were also petrified. It was settled just like that? Yuhao recognized 4 of the girls who took off their cloaks. They were Ling Luochen, Xiao Xiao, Ning Tian and Wu Feng. All right, Xiao Shui, come back. Yuhao shouted at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui struggled out of the girl's embrace and flew to Yuhao's side. She extended her right hand. Yuhao also extended his right hand and high-fived her. She turned around and sat on his shoulder. She used her hand to play with his ice-blue hair. Yuhao bowed to them. Senior sisters, please excuse me. Little brother, you're Yuhao, right? What's wrong with this little girl? Tell us. Wu Ming finally couldn't help but ask. Regardless of whether the girls had lifted their bamboo hats or not, they all looked at him expectantly. I don't want to waste everyone's time. I'll tell you in the future. I can only say that as long as you're willing, you might have an existence similar to Xiao Shui in the future. Yuhao slid back to his water lily as if he was skating. He stepped on it again. Chu Chi Tian gave Yuhao a thumbs up and praised, Brother, you're really good. Without shedding a drop of blood, you easily took off 5 bamboo hats. In my opinion, as long as you want to, you can take off all of them without a problem. You're too strong. Furthermore, not only did you take off their cloaks, you even left a good impression on them. No wonder you could enter the inner courtyard at such a young age. Impressive. Yuhao smiled. He didn't recall the Snow Lady. Instead, he said to Chu Qingtian, "Brother Chu, you're too kind. I just used a trick." Chu Qingtian also smiled. "Trick? I would like to be like you, but I need a cute little fellow like you to be able to do that. What exactly is she?" Yuhao didn't keep them in suspense this time. He could clearly feel that all the male students around him were listening attentively. He explained, "Xiao Shui is a special life form. I call this special life form a spirit. It's a special life form that I accidentally formed by chance. You can say that it's a combination of spirit and energy, as well as a certain bloodline. She and I are basically one body. Simply put, you can think of her as another form of a soul ring. She can replace a soul ring, but she has a life of her own. She's also my partner." Chu Qingtian wasn't the only one who was shocked when he said this. All the male students around him turned to look at him. They were all top students from the Shrek Academy. Furthermore, most of them were from the martial soul department. Naturally, they had a strong understanding of Soul Master's abilities. However, they had never heard of a Soul Master possessing something like a spirit. Disregarding everything else, just the Snow Lady's delicate appearance was something that soul rings couldn't compare to. Yuhao looked at the second girl from his left. She was the only one who had maintained her composure. Even when Xiao Shui appeared, she still stood there. Yuhao was certain that she was Wudong. Okay, skip to love at first sight. Yuhao was left with a light. Yuhao was astonished. None of the 17 lights were extinguished. According to Yuhao's original memories, if he wasn't wrong, Wu Feng should have extinguished the lights for him. He had 16 lights. But now, Wu Feng had actually left one on for him? Yuhao looked at Wu Feng, but Wu Feng lowered her head. Her face was red. Even she didn't know what was going on. Why did I leave my light on for him? Don't I hate him the most? Why? I won't write anyone else's light. After the second segment ends, I'll skip. After the first 2 rounds, I believe that all of you have a basic understanding of each other. Next, we will move on to the third segment, Love at Second Sight. This time, all of you must be careful. You can't choose as casually as you did in the second round. As long as you choose, you have to be responsible for your choices. Every male student had 1 minute to introduce themselves. After your self-introduction, you have to come to me and tell me the number of the fairy Poseidon you like. After all the guys have finished their self-introductions, the girls will begin. The girls will begin to choose. This choice will represent your final choice. Every girl can only choose once, and you can't go back on your choice. After you've made your choice, we will move on to the fourth segment. Guys, please take note. When you introduce yourself, you can display any abilities that you think are strong. You can also introduce your cultivation. As long as you think that your introduction can attract the girl you like, it's fine. This time, we'll mess up the order. We'll draw lots to decide who goes first and who goes last. This is to ensure fairness. Next, let's skip the self-introductions. Hello everyone, I'm Dai Huabin. I'm 17 this year. I'm a rank 58 assault-type soul king. My martial soul is the white tiger. Yes, that's all. Thank you. After he finished speaking, he turned around and leaped back onto the water lily. He didn't even tell Zhang Lishuan his number. This meant that he didn't have a girl he liked. His performance was completely different from Chu Qingtian's earlier performance. It was too simple. Yuhao glanced at him and realized that Dai Huabin was staring at him. Yes, he looks like he wants to eat me. The battle is getting intense. After a long while, Yuhao was awakened by Bei Bei's voice. Yuhao, it's your turn. Introduce yourself. Make it simple. My name is Yuhao. I'm 16 this year. I'm a control-type, assault-type soul sage, and a class 8 soul engineer. I'm done. Thank you. Everyone was stunned. Wait. Can I ask you a question? Wu Ming asked in disbelief. Sure. Huo Yuhao replied. You're a rank 70 soul sage? You're only 16. You can't report your soul power cultivation so carelessly. You said that you're a control type, assault type soul engineer. Do you have 2 martial souls? Furthermore, you're a class 8 soul engineer? Little brother, you can't boast like that. It was obvious that she didn't believe him. She wasn't the only one. Almost everyone present didn't believe him. Apart from those who were close to Huo Yuhao, even some of the elders didn't believe him. Huo Yuhao laughed. Senior sister, I'm indeed 16, and I also have twin martial souls. I'm also a Soul Tool Department student. I just returned from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy a few days ago. As for my cultivation, Huo Yuhao didn't speak. In the next moment, 1 white, 5 black, and 2 red soul rings appeared on his body. Huo Yuhao placed his hands behind his back. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was like a god. He didn't have the cute aura from before. Instead, he had the aura of a sovereign. Everyone's expression changed. A soul sage. He's really a soul sage. 16 years old. 16 years old. A 16-year-old soul sage. Furthermore, he has 2 red soul rings. Everyone looked at Huo Yuhao as if they were looking at a monster. This frightening soul ring combination definitely gave them quite a scare. Huo Yuhao changed his martial soul once again. Ice blue dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon wings, dragon claws, and dragon tail appeared at the same time. 5 soul rings, 1 red and 4 orange gold appeared. Instantly the crowd gasped. Is this his second martial soul? It's a dragon. It's a dragon martial soul. It's an extremely powerful dragon martial soul. Furthermore, what kind of soul ring combination is this? It's too frightening, too frightening. Regardless of whether it was the male or female students, Zhang Lishuan, Bei Bei, or the elders and teachers of the Poseidon Pavilion in the distance. Right now, everyone's eyes were focused on Huo Yuhao. Orange gold soul rings? What's going on? It was important to note that the Shrek Academy was the place that researched martial souls with the most meticulous detail. However, in the history of soul masters, regardless of whether it was evil soul masters, the body sect, or any other powerful soul master, there had never been an orange soul ring. Furthermore, there was a blood-red soul ring that represented a 100,000-year soul ring before the 4 orange soul rings. Some people from the outer courtyard believed that Huo Yuhao had imitated these 5 soul rings. All right. I believe you. Little brother, quickly put them away. Wu Ming hurriedly shouted. It's too frightening. A 16-year-old soul sage. She seemed to have seen the embryonic form of a future peerless expert who could suppress an entire generation. Huo Yuhao put away his soul rings. I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me, everyone. However, I already have someone I like. Please don't choose me in the future. Huo Yuhao retreated. Alright. Following this, Jiang Nan was finally moved by his persistent confession. She didn't need to continue with the 4th round, and left the arena directly. Yes. I wish them happiness. Okay, next up is the 4th segment, Fated in 3 Lifetimes. Let's welcome our big brother He Kaitu onto the stage. Anyway, everyone already knows the ending. He Kaitu successfully moved Xiao Xiao, and she stopped in front of him. Our big brother He Kaitu finally succeeded in seducing her. Very good. Applause. Come, let's wish them happiness. Following this, it was time for the main character. Let's welcome our number 2 girl. The girl with the number 2 tag was the one that Huo Yuhao had been paying attention to earlier. Huo Yuhao's senses couldn't be wrong. She was definitely Wudong. With a flutter of her body, the female student had already flown out. A layer of faint golden light enveloped her body, and a shocking scene appeared. She actually didn't say anything, nor did she take off the bamboo hat and veil on her head. Instead, she directly flew in the direction of the male student. Zhang Lishuan couldn't help but say, "This girl looks very unfamiliar. Aren't you going to take off your bamboo hat and say something? Don't forget what I just said." The girl shook her head gently in the air, but didn't say anything. She continued to fly towards the male student. Her body seemed very light. After flying for 10 meters, she tapped her toes on the water surface and flew up again. She covered 100 meters in the time it took her to jump up and down. 7 soul rings surrounded the girl. Ah! In an instant everyone was shocked again. Why? Because of the girl's soul ring combination. 5 black and 2 red. Yes. It was a combination of soul rings that was even stronger than Yuhao's. Everyone was astonished. What a strong and capable woman. Yuhao just looked at her. She was also walking towards him. Yuhao couldn't help but step forward. He extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. "Be careful." She extended her hand. "Thank you." Her voice was very pleasant. Zhang Lishuan smiled and said, "It seems like Yuhao and our mysterious girl have a lot of chemistry. Did the two of you make an agreement beforehand? Give me an answer in the last round. Let's continue." After that, they chattered and skipped some minor characters. The 4th round was still ongoing. Another girl appeared on the stage. This girl was like the second girl in front of Yuhao. She was wearing a bamboo hat and a veil. She drifted out and waved her right hand. A streak of light appeared on the water surface. Yuhao's eyesight was very good. It was a shuttle-type soul tool. The female student landed on the soul tool and steadied herself. Her body glided towards the male student. As she glided, she took off the bamboo hat on her head, revealing an extremely beautiful face. She looked like she was 17 or 18 years old. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also very slim. She revealed an apologetic look on her face and said, "My name is Ning Tian. Because I'm an auxiliary-type soul master, I can only rely on the power of this soul tool to stay on the water surface. I'm a rank 56 auxiliary-type soul king. My martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed pagoda." When she finally revealed her martial soul, many of the male students revealed looks of realization. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda was known as the continent's #1 auxiliary-type martial soul. Of course she was qualified to enter the inner courtyard. Even though she didn't have any fighting ability, she was extremely strong when it came to auxiliary-type soul masters. Hey! It can't be right? Again? Yuhao felt that something was wrong. If he didn't remember wrongly, Ning Tian seemed to have chosen him. Just as he was thinking, Ning Tian came towards him. She even said, "As an auxiliary-type soul master, I need a pair of strong arms to protect me. Therefore, I'll choose a guy who can protect me as my companion. I also believe that I can help him reach the pinnacle of the continent." She came to a stop in front of Yuhao. Yuhao shook his head helplessly. He formed a layer of ice on the water surface and gestured for her to stand on it. Thank you." Ning Tian was a little shy as she stepped onto the ice. "You shouldn't have chosen me. I already have a lover," Yuhao said as he looked at her. Ning Tian only smiled at him and didn't say anything. Following this, something that shocked Yuhao happened. Wu Feng. Yes. Wu Feng was actually coming towards him too. What was going on? Didn't she hate him the most? Even Ning Tian was very surprised. She knew that Wu Feng hated Yuhao. Wu Feng couldn't wait for Yuhao to die. Wu Feng came in front of Yuhao. "What are you looking at? Don't misunderstand. I'm just accompanying my young master. I don't like you." "Definitely not. Don't think too much," she said with a red face. Even she didn't know why she came over. She subconsciously thought that she came with Ning Tian. Yuhao laughed bitterly and shook his head. "Young girl, you're obviously thinking too much." A layer of ice appeared again. Wu Feng was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she also came up. Yuhao could feel that the girl beside him was pinching the soft flesh on his waist. Although this bit of pain was nothing to him, it really did hurt a little. "If you don't believe me, why don't you try?" Following this, Ling Luochen also did something that shocked everyone. She also came in the direction of Yuhao. Yuhao secretly complained, "Don't do this. Don't come again. My waist hurts a lot." Ling Luochen came in front of Yuhao and condensed a layer of ice under her feet. Yuhao sighed. "Senior Ling, what's your reason? Do I need a reason to like someone? Like is like." Ling Luochen replied domineeringly. Yuhao was speechless. This was the fourth one. Yuhao, why are you so good at womanizing?" Bei Bei said. "After Destined for 3 lifetimes, we'll start the 5th segment. This segment is called Bliss for 100 Years. In the segment of Bliss for 100 Years, after the first 4 segments where the female students had priority, the final decision was handed over to the male students. The male students can finally choose the female students they choose. If you have chosen the female student who chose you before, and if you have no other competitors, then congratulations. Once there are competitors, we'll enter the bride snatching segment. Among the 5 segments, the Bliss for 100 Years segment has the most variables. It's also the most important moment to display everyone's strength and charm. Therefore, please be prepared. The bride snatching segment is as follows. If the male student doesn't choose the female student who chose him, then the female student has the right to challenge him. Once the challenge is successful, the male student will lose the chance to choose and will immediately leave the stage. You can only choose if you win. Of course, if you can gain sympathy or if the female student who chose you let you go, you can choose again. If the female student who chose another male student has already chosen, then the male student will have to ask for his opinion. If he also chooses this female student, then the 2 male students will compete. The loser will be eliminated, and the winner will have another chance to confess to the female student. If multiple female students choose the same male student, and the male student chooses one of them, then the other 2 female students can also challenge him. I have to emphasize that during the challenge, we will use all sorts of methods to maintain a balance between the levels of the students. "Forget it, let's jump again," Zhang Lishuan said. Since Yuhao is favored by 4 female students at the same time, the 4 female students can each say something to him to express their wishes. Ling Luochen looked at Yuhao and said, "If you like her, then we can be together. If you don't, I won't force you. However, I will challenge you. I want to see how big the gap between us is." All the male students' mouths twitched. Why did this girl feel like she was even more domineering than Wu Ming? Ning Tian looked at Yuhao and said, "I'm willing to be the woman by your side." It was a simple sentence. Wu Feng was stunned for a long time before she finally opened her mouth. "Don't misunderstand. I don't really like you. I only chose you because of young master." She realized that she didn't know how to continue. "Oh, forget it. I admit it. I hate you a lot. But I like you too. I don't know when it started, but you've always been in my heart. I can't get rid of you no matter how hard I try. Maybe it's because you defeated me 4 years ago." She finally said what she had been holding back for a long time. Ning Tian looked at Wu Feng in a daze. She didn't know. Yuhao looked at her and didn't say anything. "This is different from what I remember." Finally, it was the second female student's turn. She didn't say anything, but released her 7 soul rings, 5 black and 2 red. A pair of huge platinum-colored dragon wings suddenly opened behind her back. The dazzling platinum-colored wings shone brightly in the dark night. A faint dragon's roar could be heard from behind her. Everyone was stunned. Dragon? Another person with a dragon martial soul. Furthermore, this dragon martial soul was definitely very strong. Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Ling Luochen, and Wu Feng were stunned. This was because they had seen this martial soul before. Almost all the students from the outer courtyard knew that this martial soul belonged to Tang Dong. On the shore, Su Sanchi's mouth was wide open. On the surface of the lake, Hikaitu almost slipped into the water again on the Three Lives Soul Crush cauldron. The two of them looked at the dazzling platinum-colored dragon in disbelief. "I don't know if this will convince you." The second female student finally spoke. Yuhao smiled and looked at the three girls beside him. "Senior Ling, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, I'm very sorry, but I can't choose any of you." "That's because..." Yuhao held the second female student's hand in a gentlemanly manner. "My heart already belongs to someone." He looked at the second female student, his eyes filled with gentleness. "You." The three girls were stunned as they looked at Yuhao and the second female student. "We'll issue a challenge." The three girls finally spoke. At this moment, another voice sounded. "I want to snatch the bride. I also want to choose the second female student." Dai Huabin finally made his move. In the history of Poseidon's fated blind date, snatching the bride wasn't new. However, it was unprecedented for four people to issue a challenge at the same time. Some of the students who weren't familiar with Yuhao couldn't help but wonder if Yuhao was really that charming. "No one can snatch him from me." The second female student hugged Yuhao tightly. She was afraid that Yuhao would be snatched away. Yuhao smiled and looked coldly at Dai Huabin. "Same. No one can snatch her from me." The auras of two soul sages suddenly erupted. Zhang Lishuan finally reacted. She couldn't help it. It was too shocking. Was this really something that a human could do? This was like the descent of a legendary god. Eternal union. I wish the both of you happiness. Yuhao and Tang Dong left the fated blind date and came to the lakeside of Poseidon. The two of them sat by the lakeside. Tang Dong sat in front of Yuhao, while Yuhao hugged her from behind. Tang Dong was a little hesitant. "I'm sorry, Yuhao. I purposely hid my gender in the past because..." "Your family told you to do that, right?" Before Tang Dong could finish, Yuhao had already said it. Tang Dong nodded. She admitted it. "It's okay. I'm still very glad. If you entered the academy as a girl, you would attract too many people because you're too pretty. You would definitely be harassed by many hooligans. If I were your family, I would definitely ask you to dress up as a guy. At least it's safer if you dress up as a guy, unless you meet a pervert or a gay," Yuhao said. "You bastard." Tang Dong scolded him. "Yes, I have to admit that I'm a bastard. It's getting late. Shall we go back to Poseidon Pavilion?" Yuhao asked. "Okay." Tang Dong nodded. At night, they slept together. "What? Poseidon's seal? All of you get lost. We don't need that kind of thing." They didn't dare to do anything that night. "Really? Don't think too much." The next day, Poseidon Pavilion Conference. After Yuhao spoke a lot of nonsense, he told the elders about spirits, his third martial soul, and Electrolux. The elders were all very shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. Light-type necromancy magic from another world was simply unheard of. It seemed like there was more than one plane recorded in Dolua's morals. It was indeed true. Another world. They really didn't know what kind of place it was. This matter was recorded in secret history, especially about Yuhao's third martial soul. "My teacher and I from another world created spirits because we considered the extinction of soul beasts on the continent of Dolua. Our goal was to reduce the indiscriminate killing of soul beasts by humans. Soul beasts are also creatures of nature. Think about it, if soul beasts go extinct, soul masters will become history. My teacher and I hope that the birth of spirits can improve the relationship between humans and soul beasts, so that they can coexist peacefully and even fight side by side. I believe that that era will come. As for how many spirits a soul master can have, other than twin martial souls, most soul masters can have around 2 to 4. Every spirit can give the host 2 to 3 soul rings. I've divided spirits into 7 ranks: white, yellow, purple, black, red, orange, gold, and the highest, gold. The 7 ranks represent the age of the spirit. White is 10 years, and so on. Yellow is 100 years, purple is 1,000 years, black is 10,000 years, red is 100,000 years, orange 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 is 100,000 years, and gold is 100,000 years. A powerful 100,000-year spirit can even give the host 3 to 5 soul rings and a soul bone. When the host becomes a titled Dolua, the spirit can even display 100% of its strength to fight side by side with the host. Recently, I've been trying to create man-made spirit. This way, we might be able to reduce the chances of soul beasts being hunted down. I don't want to see a race go extinct just like that. What follows is a bunch of his ideas, but I won't write them down in detail. That's all I want to say. Yuhao took a deep breath. After saying so much, he was afraid that some of the elders wouldn't agree with his ideas. This was because his ideas were a little unrealistic. Creating an era where humans and soul beasts could coexist peacefully and fight side by side was really unrealistic. However, the results were beyond his expectations. Everyone agreed with him, and also affirmed Yuhao's research on spirit. Shrek began to secretly research this mysterious research. The so-called head of the research was naturally Yuhao. After all, it was his work. This was a good start. Because of this research on spirits, Yuhao's reputation soared in the hearts of the elders. His position as the successor of the Sea God's Pavilion was confirmed. Just as the meeting was about to end, a teacher suddenly came in and said that he had something important to report. Ling Luochen, who had participated in the Soul Master Tournament, immediately changed her expression. Weren't these 2 the people that Yuhao and Tang Dong had transformed into? That was their strongest martial soul fusion skill. Dance of the Twin Dragons. The man's right hand was already holding the woman's left hand, and they started to dance in the air. Instantly, 2 huge dragons circled above their head. They were a platinum-colored dragon and an icy blue dragon. The 2 weapons in their hands soared into the air and merged into one. A bluish-gold spear appeared in front of everyone. With a bluish-gold light, it charged towards the 5 people who were suppressed and unable to move. In an instant, the bluish-gold light shone brightly and engulfed the 5 people who were suppressed. After the light dissipated, the 5 people collapsed to the ground and didn't move. However, they weren't injured at all. Evidently, Yuhao and the others had gone easy on them. The man and woman placed their hands in front of their chests and bowed 30 degrees. "Thank you for watching tonight's Dance of the Twin Dragons," the 2 of them said in unison. Zhang Lishuan finally reacted. She couldn't help it. It was too shocking. Was this really something that humans could do? This was like the descent of a legendary god. Eternal union. I wish the both of you happiness. Yuhao and Tang Dong left the blind date event and came to the lakeside of the Poseidon. The 2 of them sat by the lakeside. Tang Dong sat in front of Yuhao, while Yuhao hugged her from behind. Tang Dong was a little hesitant. "I'm sorry, Yuhao. I purposely hid my gender in the past, mainly because your family told you to do that, right?" Before Tang Dong could finish, Yuhao had already said it. Tang Dong nodded. She admitted it. "It's all right. I'm still very glad. If you entered the academy as a girl, you would attract too many people because you're too pretty. You would definitely be harassed by many hooligans. If I were your family, I would definitely ask you to dress up as a guy. At least it's safer if you dress up as a guy, unless you meet a pervert or a gay," Yuhao said. "You're a pervert." Tang Dong laughed as she scolded him. "Yes. I also admit that I'm a pervert. It's getting late. Let's go back to the Poseidon Pavilion?" Yuhao asked. Okay. Tang Dong nodded. At night, they slept together. What? Poseidon's seal? All of you, get lost. We don't need that kind of thing. They didn't dare to do anything last night. Really? Don't think too much. All of you can come at me together. You can call for help too. Yuhao and the number 2 girl spoke at the same time. Dai Huabin clenched his teeth. He already knew that he couldn't win, so he simply said, Xie Huanyue, come over here. He shouted towards the lakeside, and a big fatso quickly rushed over. You're snatching your bride. Don't drag me into this. I don't want to die. Xie Huanyue clearly knew that they had no chance of winning. Cut the crap. We have a Soul Emperor and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda on our side. We can fight even contra. I don't believe that we can't beat 2 soul sages. Alright, I admit defeat. I'll help you. Xie Huanyue shook his head helplessly. Yuhao and the number 2 girl, do you really want to fight 2 against 5? Zhang Lishuan looked at Yuhao and the number 2 girl, and both of them gripped each other's hands tightly. Agreed. All 5 of you can come at me together. The 2 of them spoke at the same time. Once they said this, the entire place fell silent. They were too rash, too arrogant, and too confident, weren't they? At this moment, the number 2 girl finally took off her bamboo hat. Since we're going to fight, then let's take off your hat. It'll hinder me from fighting. Just as she finished speaking, the bamboo hat was already taken off, and a ravishing face was revealed. Her peerless beauty made all the girls present feel sad. Compared to her appearance, the difference was not just a little bit. All the guys were mesmerized by her appearance. Only Yuhao could compare to her in terms of looks. Tang Dong, no, she should be called Tang Donger now. She looked at Yuhao and complained, Big baddie, did you already know that I'm a girl? Yuhao laughed. Yes, I accidentally discovered it when I fused with your martial soul. I was really frightened then, and I couldn't accept it. However, I've thought about it for an entire year, and I've finally made up my mind to make you my woman. After Yuhao finished speaking, he took a step forward and stood on the surface of the lake. The tip of his right foot touched the surface of the lake gently, and the entire Poseidon Lake was frozen in the blink of an eye. The surface area of the sea god lake was also quite large, but in that instant it was actually completely frozen. Everyone felt as if they were standing on land. The only difference was that this land was simply too cold. Tang Donger stared at his back in a daze, and a tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. You're really a big baddie. Let's fight here. Let's end this quickly. Yuhao said. The 5 people opposite them were already prepared. Yuhao, let's begin. Dai Huabin said coldly. However, Yuhao didn't bother with him. He looked at Tang Dong and extended his hand like a gentleman. Can I have a dance with you? Tang Dong was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Of course. She grabbed Yuhao's hand, and their soul power began to fuse. Sister, why are you here? A surprised voice sounded. The elders came over, and realized that Shrek 7 was here. Bei Bei, Kaitu, Su Sanshur, Jiang Nan, Xiao Xiao, Yuhao, and Tang Dong were all here. The one standing at the front was Yuhao. Xiaohao. The golden-haired girl's originally cold expression changed 180 degrees. In a flash, she appeared in front of Yuhao. So fast. They couldn't even see her speed clearly. All the elders were astonished. The girl took off her veil, revealing her face. It was a face that made everyone present very surprised. This was especially so for Tang Dong who was even more astonished. This was because she looked very similar to her. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old. She was a head taller than Yuhao, and a head and a half taller than Tang Dong. Her golden eyes, golden hair, and her domineering aura made her look like a big sister. Xiaohao. I've missed you so much. Come. Let me give you a hug. The The golden-haired girl smiled as she hugged Yuhao tightly, pressing him against her voluptuous chest. Sister? Shrek's 6 freaks, as well as Shrek's elders, were all astonished. Sister. I'm suffocating. Huiyuhao begged for mercy. Yes, the golden-haired girl was Wang Qiu'er, Huiyuhao's other lover. In order not to fool others, she called herself Huiyuhao's sister. Sorry, I used too much strength. Wang Qiu'er immediately let go, allowing Huiyuhao to breathe in fresh air. I say, sister, why are you here? Weren't you in closed-door cultivation to break through to the final realm? Why did you come out so quickly? You still have the cheek to ask? I came out early because I was worried about you. I came all the way to Shrek to see you, but I was rejected at the door. Don't you think that's infuriating? They actually didn't ask me to come and see you. I might as well kill these people. Wang Qiu'er was very displeased. Where was her domineering, mature sister from before? She was a complete sister-con. A group of teachers were surrounding a golden-haired girl dressed in blue-gold armor. The girl was wearing a veil, so her appearance couldn't be seen. There were many unconscious teachers from Shrek lying around her. Miss, let's talk nicely. One of the teachers tried to persuade the girl. Shut up. I'm here to apply for a teacher position, and you don't even agree. How can we talk nicely? I'm only here to see my brother. Why is it so troublesome? The golden-haired girl said angrily with her hands on her hip. Miss, may I know where you're from? Why haven't we heard of you before in Shrek? Yan Xiaozhe and the other elders suddenly appeared, only 10 meters away from the girl. Humph. It's right that you haven't heard of me. Even your legendary dragon god, Dolo Mun, doesn't know me. How do you know me? Hurry up and let me go over. I don't have time to play house with you. The golden-haired girl stomped her foot on the ground. Boom. Everyone instantly felt the ground tremble. Cracks had already appeared on the ground. Powerful. The elders immediately felt a terrifying aura pressing down on them. This girl was a powerful person that even they were afraid of. They just didn't know what her cultivation was. Legend has it that a long time ago, after the dragon god was born, he flew through the universe in search of a suitable planet. After flying for a long time, he finally chose a planet because it was very suitable for him to live on. After the dragon god settled down there, he began to create his own tribe. First, he left behind 2 inheritors of his bloodline. They were the true children of the dragon god. Later generations called them the Gold Dragon and the Silver Dragon. They inherited half of the dragon god's power. The Gold Dragon controlled the dragon god's strength, vital energy, and speed. The Silver Dragon inherited the dragon god's various elemental powers and spiritual power. After that, the dragon god used the various elemental powers to create his people. The first to be born were the 9 dragons. They later became the Inferno Dragon King, the Pipefish King, the Hurricane Dragon King, the Thunder Dragon King, the White Dragon King, the Black Dragon King, the Emerald Dragon King, the Earth Dragon King, and the Ice Dragon King. Each of them controlled a single element. Fire, water, wind, lightning, light, darkness, space, earth, and ice were the 9 elements. These 9 dragon kings also formed their own tribes. Of course, after the 9 dragon kings, the dragon god also created other dragon kings. However, because the dragon god didn't count how many dragon kings there were when he created them, even the dragon god himself didn't know how many dragon kings there were. Huiyuhao said and took a deep breath. Could the Destiny Dragon King be one of the dragon kings? Everyone guessed. You can't say that. The Destiny Dragon King wasn't created by the dragon god, but evolved. The Destiny Dragon King wasn't the child of the dragon god, nor was it created by the dragon god. Instead, it was a new dragon king that evolved from the power of fate according to the dragon god. However, because of this, it was recognized as a different species by the dragons. It didn't have many friends among the dragons. Only the dragon god discovered its abnormality. Because it evolved from fate, it had a very strong grasp on the fate of the world. It subtly gathered the auspicious power in the places where the dragons gathered, causing the dragons to rise rapidly in a very short period of time. They directly unified the entire planet and became the ruler of this planet. The overall strength of the dragons also gradually became stronger. In the end, the dragon god broke the shackles of order and became the first beast race to become a divine beast on that planet. Because of this, the Destiny Dragon King's status among the dragons suddenly rose and was on equal footing with the 9 Dragon Kings. Next was the Destiny Dragon King, followed by the Golden Dragon Clan, the Silver Dragon Clan, the 9 Dragon King Clan, and the other Dragon King clans. The dragons also became the first divine beast race in the divine realm. The dragon god, the Destiny Dragon King, and all the other dragons also left behind their bloodline inheritors on that planet before they ascended. This also formed the various birds and beasts later on. Some birds and beasts also became the so-called auspicious beasts because of the Destiny Dragon King's attachment. However, good times didn't last long. The power of the Fate Dragon King was also coveted by some gods in the divine realm. Once, when the Destiny Dragon King left the Dragon Clan, a group of 10 first-tier gods, 20 second-tier gods, and over 100 third-tier gods attacked it. The battle lasted for 10 days, and in the end, only 3 first-tier gods were left alive. They finally succeeded in killing the Destiny Dragon King, but they didn't get what they wanted because the Destiny Dragon King was formed from destiny itself. After it died, its power of destiny returned to the world and continued to search for a suitable host. The gods expended a tremendous amount of effort to kill the Destiny Dragon King, but they didn't get anything from it. The fall of the Destiny Dragon King enraged the Dragon Clan. In the past, the gods discriminated against divine beasts, and the Dragon Clan could tolerate enslavement of some dragons and other divine beasts. However, the gods killed the Destiny Dragon King, who was very important to the dragons and divine beasts, and this successfully enraged the dragons and other divine beasts. Afterward, under the leadership of the dragon god, the divine beasts and the gods engaged in a large-scale war. This war destroyed most of the divine realm, and countless gods and divine beasts died. In the end, the gods emerged victorious, and the divine beasts were defeated. The dragon god was also split into the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King by the 5 overgods of the divine realm. The Golden Dragon King was sealed in the divine realm, and the whereabouts of the Silver Dragon King are unknown. As for the dragons and divine beasts that survived, they were led away by a mysterious force, and there has been no news of them ever since. Yuhao finished speaking, and he immediately felt that the atmosphere had become a little heavy. The gods in the divine realm are too evil. Su Sanshur was the first to complain. It can't be helped. Gods don't age or die. They've been in the divine realm for so long, so their thinking will definitely change. They're like decadent feudal rulers. Wang Qiuer said. But senior, you have the legendary Fate Dragon King Martial Soul. This Wang Qiuer smiled and said, I've been blessed by the Fate Dragon King. Can't I? But speaking of which, Sister Qiuer, why do you look so much like me? Tang Dong finally spoke up. Wang Qiuer looked at her and frowned slightly. Why haven't you unsealed a single one? She muttered. What? With Tang Dong-er's hearing, she naturally heard it. Nothing, you'll know in the future. Are you Little Hao's girlfriend? I didn't expect that. Little Hao actually has a girlfriend already. And you look so much like sister. Wang Qiuer smiled. Tang Dong-er's face instantly turned red. If you don't mind, you can call me sister too. Wang Qiuer patted Tang Dong-er's head. Tang Dong-er was stunned. Sister. Sister. She seemed to find this title very suitable, as if she really was her sister. But speaking of which, why aren't you surprised at all? Yuhao looked at the elders and Bei Bei. Of course we're surprised. We're surprised that your sister knows so much about the divine realm. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.